I'm on camera. Ah, okay. So here I am, back to do commissions on stream. This week is a little bit weird, and so was last week. We are doing like commissions back to back to back, and there's not really that much time for me to do like fan art or like merch stuff, which is a little bit different from my usual routine. Sometimes I try and sprinkle both, but right now you're seeing a lot of commissions because I'm not gonna lie, I think I might have overbooked. I'm pretty much caught up. I'm getting back on track. We got a little bit delayed because I have quite a few events that popped up that I didn't expect. One of them being Montreal Comic Con. Montreal Comic Con is going to be from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but I don't live in Montreal. If you haven't noticed, I don't have a French accent. So I have to drive there, meaning I miss Thursday stream. I have an event on Wednesday, so I miss Wednesday stream, and then on Monday I'm driving back next Monday. So those are like my stream dates. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I'm missing the next 3 streams. If you didn't understand what I was saying, I'm missing the next 3 streams. Which means we should do as much as I can. You and me, you're going to help me do these commissions. Yes, I'm not wearing glasses right now because my eyes are tired. Kind of reverse thinking. I'm also listening to my own music, which is a little bit weird that you're seeing me not have headphones. It's starting to get weird. I feel like I only imagine myself with headphones at this point. Anyway, today, what are we gonna do? First up, we have this commission that I was working on previously on the Azuki channel. I sent it over to RD Baker. I got thumbs up, so, well, not a literal thumbs up. I feel like RD Baker's probably cooler. But I got the approval to keep moving on, so I actually think I can finish it today in one go, because we have the colors set. I did the shadows. I don't remember if I did the shadows on stream. Honestly, I don't even know. I did have another commission. I didn't get feedback in time, so can't work on it. I have no idea if they like it yet, so I can't do anything with that one. I do have this set over here. I finished this set, actually. You might have remembered these ones. I was working on it for a really long time. There's 5 characters. I don't think I can make it do line art for 5 characters in one sitting the same way. I think I can do 3. That way everybody gets progress. But we have batch 2 over here. They all have like roughly something going on. I don't know. We'll do as much as I can. This one for sure, I think I can finish. And then what else do I have? I have so much. I'm telling you, I think I messed up. I finished some commissions though that I did on stream. I'm not gonna put them on screen. You can just go back and watch or find the authors that I work for. That's why I put their name in the corner. You can find the artwork afterwards. I typically don't post the finished work. So when these are done, you find the author, you check out my finished work. Unless I finish it on stream. A little bit different, isn't it? We do have a new commission. I'm like double checking because I really want to make sure I make as much progress as I can. This is going to be a long stream, even though I started like literally an hour late. Awkward. It is Con Crunch. You can see it behind me. I have been printing and then I ran out of ink. So, you know, I'm freaking out. So that's cool. I printed new prints even, so I had to do color testing. Let me double check. Let me double check on my handy dandy calendar. Yeah, it kind of looks like we're gonna do sketching for a new one, if I can get to it. Ooh. Okay, in that case, that's our plan for today. We have this one here. I'm gonna finish this, paint this. This one, I'm going to do, hopefully, the line art. We pray. And a new one. So I'm gonna make a new file here. I don't really know. It's a half-body character. We're gonna do sketches for the posing, so then at least my client has something. You know? Okay, that's enough yapping. Let's move on. You know what's gonna happen now. I don't know. Sometimes I like to explain it, maybe because I'm procrastinating, but maybe I'm also explaining it so you don't get confused as to what's happening, because I move really fast. How are you gonna know what's going on, you know? I do think there's some things that we are going to change, but for the most part, at least, they have a direction, you know? And these characters, they are currently separated. So I can use liquefy and everything. Okay, soft light is clearly not the option. Oh, you know what it is? I think it's supposed to be hard light. And then a little bit of soft light. Is that the plan? I've done this before. Now, you might be wondering, Mizuki, why didn't you just fill in one single color, you know? That would be smart too. But, sometimes I like to change what I do. Oh my goodness! Sorry, that was really excitable. But today was pretty funny. I feel like I'm also kind of delayed because I actually did stop working. Oh my goodness, I was unproductive for an hour. Because FIFA. Normally I'm not a sports girly. Growing up, I did watch FIFA. I did watch the Brazilian team play and cheer for the Brazilian team, of course. But today was really funny. I think it's been done before that Brazil and Japan has played against each other. I don't know why that happens. Like, why is it so, like, there's so many teams. How has this happened more than, I don't know. Anyway, I guess it was likely to happen. But I am Brazilian and Japanese, so I had two teams to cheer for. Luckily, I woke up in time to watch it. Yeah, I know. It was at 1 p.m. Yeah, it was at 1 p.m. and I woke up. Yeah. That's... You have to think about it. If this stream goes on for a really long time, it's only natural that I wake up late, isn't it? Anyway, my point is to watch them. And then yesterday, also, Canada played. And if you heard me drop Montreal, name drop Montreal, clearly I'm Canadian. So, essentially, I watched 2 winning games back to back. I'm now invested, and my friends kept like checking in on me. It was pretty funny. Bella, how are you? ¿Cómo estás? Are you watching FIFA? I feel like that Latinos are really into it. Like you watch when your country plays, and then you're like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I know the score. I'm not really watching, but I wish we could. You know the joke that my friend sent it to me. I was wondering silently. I was like, I wonder if my friends are gonna check in on me because both my countries are playing against each other. And she messaged me a video, and it was this guy talking about it's a custody battle. Who's gonna win Hatsune Miku? And then afterwards, I got a recommended video from the same guy, and he was like, so Brazil for the next 4 years has custody of Miku. And I was like, it stays in the family for me, so I don't care. Miku's related. Yes. Yeah, it's funny. It was really funny to me. But I can't keep up and watch everybody play, so I just watch Canada, Brazil, Japan, and sometimes I watch Korea. But Korea's out already, so... Alright. I'm not watching Korea. Sorry, Korean. My bad. I can understand. It's kind of like the Olympics. I feel like to do the setup for like training for something so complicated. Oh, I just realized I would have to duplicate this. Oh. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna figure this out. But I feel like, yeah, it probably takes a lot of playing. I think also the country who's hosting it needs to know. Like, in this case, it's North America hosting, right? So it's Canada, US, and Mexico. And they need to prepare the city for it. I don't think they spent all 4 years doing it, to be fair. Have you seen Toronto? It looks kind of... I don't know. I don't think they took 4 years to do that. Hello, something. Something, something, hi. Also, thank you, Bella. I saw your compliment and I forgot to reply. I got hyped up for talking about FIFA. I do like this. There we go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, I feel like Canada. I was talking to my friend about this. We were like, actually, Canada is so funny. You see like the different countries and sometimes they all kind of look similar. Like let's say Japan. Everybody in the Japanese team, well, aside from the goalie who's mixed. Represent, by the way. Hey? Mix. But Canada's so interesting. Canada is just like confusing everything. So is America. It's just everything. So super welcome. That's why I have this attitude as well. I mean, I feel like American streamers have this attitude too, but it's very much like, I don't care where you're from. You like the art? Sick. Your English is broken? Don't care. You can only speak Spanish? Chill. We'll figure it out. I'll Google Translate. Or I'll learn on the go. I don't know. Because I grew up like that, you know? Hola! Oh. My only Spanish. Okay, I needed to separate these two. Rendering is hard, but then some people prefer rendering and some people, oh my goodness, prefer sketching. Listen, I have a story to tell you about these earbuds. So I got AirPods because at some conventions it's really dead and I started to lose my mind. I would just be like, and it's also quite overwhelming. So I'm like, okay, let's get AirPods so I can draw on the go. And if it's really dead, I would never dream of doing it. If it was like a busy convention, you'd have my attention. But some of these conventions, nobody talks to me for a whole hour and I'm like, I am just sitting here doing nothing. I'm losing my mind. So we got AirPods. And then we got the style that is supposed to fit more people's ears. And I don't know if it's because I have piercings, but they don't stay in my ears. And I'm like, I can't believe this. I think my anatomy is just not built for AirPods, man. That's why you always see me wear headphones. But today, just be prepared for me to adjust my ears like 10 million times. Anyway, yeah, rendering. Today you're gonna see me render for sure. And then you'll probably see me do line art for like an obscene amount of time, which is not my favorite. But then that means like later I can, you know, it's one of those things, like you do it one time and then like cardio. I hate doing cardio. I always relate it to like sports for some reason. It's easier to be like athletes, that kind of vibe. But I hate doing cardio. But if you do the cardio, you don't have to do it later, right? You've done it. You've got it out of the way. So that's my thinking. So as I was yapping, now they're separated. Honestly, probably should just draw her fully so I can move him depending on the situation. We're going to use a round brush. Oh, Lord. I can't believe that. It's ridiculous. Huh? Yeah, well, anyway, I'm gonna do as much as I can today, and then, tomorrow's supposed to be my day off. I think I have to take a day off, right? Like, I don't want to, actually. But I think I actually have to. The drive to Montreal, so I'm driving, right? I'm not driving by myself. That would be crazy. Specifically for me. Some artists are built crazy and can do that. And like crazy in a good way. I'm like, dang, you really can do that. Wild. No, I can't do that. So that's a lot. I think for safety, I feel like I should take a day off. There we go. Now I was like color picking and I was like, why is it wrong? I had a brightness contrast filter and I didn't realize. Face is always most important. Should I work on face first? Ooh, thank you! I feel like it's really rough now and we're gonna struggle with it later. But it's okay. We're gonna paint it. I think let's do face first. Let's... instant gratification. This is the part where I'm like, listen. I hate cardio, but I'm going to do my stretches. I like stretches. The face is like stretches. People sometimes ask, like, how do you render, right? Or how do you figure out how to do the face, the shadows of the face or whatever? I'll break it down here and you can kind of see my thinking. I probably should have drew this after. I will draw it after. If I forget that hair is there, then it didn't need to be there. This is a part that we all erase because I think beauty standard wise we think it needs to be gone, but I think it looks cooler actually to have it. I recently did my eyebrows and this is something that I think about a lot with women's eyebrows that have high arch. This part here, I don't know if it necessarily makes them more feminine, but if they're like kind of a sassy character has attitude. This part here, the brow bone is more pronounced, and if it's not pronounced, they'll put makeup right here, right? If it's fake, they'll always highlight under here. I see makeup tricks. Those are the two things that I relate to art all the time when I try and explain it to somebody who doesn't draw. I'm like, oh yeah, in sports terms, or not sports, but like workout terms maybe, because everybody needs to exercise. Ugh. And then also makeup terms, because I'm sure lots of girlies watch me. But if you don't, it doesn't really matter if you're a dude and you, or not, if you're anything, and you don't know about makeup, and I'm teaching you about makeup and this at the same time, just so you know, there's an advantage here if you wear makeup. Or if you watch makeup tutorials, the way that they contour the face, they're using the same rules that we are using as an art form anyway. I don't want to like generalize too much and be like, oh, for the girlies. No, then I realized, no, wait a second. Wait a second. I did fashion school. Some of those guys had more sense on design and what flatters design-wise, aesthetic-wise. Really. It's just the same rules, whatever art form it is. Do I have a... Oh yeah, there you go. I wasn't sure if I was doing it on the same layer or not. I couldn't remember. Sometimes I do, sometimes I'm not so bold. You notice today, if you've watched me stream before, you probably know that I wear glasses. Today, I don't feel like wearing them. But this is also an advantage. If I am running behind, or if I desperately need to do the... is it high level? Zoomed out. Thinking zoomed out. Like if I have to do the big picture stuff, it makes sense for me not to be able to see the details. And then at the end, I go in and then I'll put my glasses on, do the detail zoom in and everything. But right now, it's actually an advantage. It's essentially me not zooming in. Use your disabilities to your advantage. Visually impaired? No, I'm not impaired. What do you mean? Some people say that you should, like, you know, when you're drawing by paper, you should squint your eyes to, like, put things out of focus to understand compositionally where things should go. And I'm like, or, just take off your glasses. It's blurry already. No need for squinting. Depending on your glasses level, at least. Here, there is supposed to... Okay, my face is very shiny. The light is not doing me any favors. I'm not powdered up here. But actually, it might help you. Let my poor shininess help you here. You see where the light is hitting my face here. The top of my eyebrow, perhaps. We have different facial structure, me and this character. But right here is what I'm talking about. There is a light over here. From up here to here. I'm trying to plan this part here. Right here. See it? There's also light under here as well. Save! I can save. Saving. This color and this color. I was talking to somebody about this, and I just posted it. I finally posted it. I'm so behind in posting things on Instagram, but I finally posted my drawing of Astarion. I'm gonna mention him every time, but there's a reason, actually. Because his face is more realistic, and it took me so long to draw it, it actually really trained me on facial structures. I couldn't make stuff up. Versus when I draw some anime style characters, I can kind of erase things and then it's fine. And I was talking to somebody about the fact that you can kind of tell where my art takes like a turn. It changes styles a little bit because I drew something, like a specific art piece redirected the trajectory of my art style a little bit. Or my skill, or something. Not too much, not drastically, but just a little bit. And then that little bit starts to incrementally get bigger, and then over a year, you're like, oh, it's changed completely. And I have a feeling, yeah, I've kind of got a better grasp on the face. Thanks, Astarion, I guess. A lot of people were saying that his face is difficult. I think it's because we're used to drawing such soft faces. I ran into it in school one time. My teacher said, "You're struggling with this kind of face because you draw the same type of face." It's not the same face, but they have same characteristics. Oh, don't catch me saying I have same face. That's not what he was saying. But like, I think it was specifically masculine faces. I was having a hard time with sharp, angular faces at the time. Still, my strong suit is definitely softer faces. But then I'll start soft and then I'll make it harder. Like, this is relatively soft, I suppose. It's also these techniques that sometimes I use and then sometimes I don't. So we're gonna figure out what techniques I'm gonna use. So the makeup look that I was given as reference was like a nude look. So like similar to skin tone. not too pinky or peachy or whatever. I think I ended up going more peachy just because that's my style, but when I went too nude from afar, it was like too much. But then too red was too intense. It made it less cohesive. You ever find yourself, like if you're a character artist, you ever find yourself staring at people's faces and then being like, oh, my printer is doing something. What is it? Oh, hang on. I was like, oh. Because I find myself staring at people's faces. Also, thank you. Thank you. Because I'm streaming on 2 platforms, sometimes when people interact with the stream, I actually don't see it in time. I appreciate it, but I see it afterwards. Maybe one day I'll have a better setup. Okay, I believe her eyes are brown, like a dark brown. So, otherwise, I'm pretty sure I would have colored it. Are they a dark brown? I should check. I should not just like assume, you know? I would not be no bueno. I saw mini Kinder Bueno bites, by the way. How did they come up with the name for anyway? This is not important. Because it's good? Is that what that is? Alright, reference. Alright, reference. Reference. Double checking. Hold on. No, they're green. I'm a liar. They're absolutely not brown. What are we doing? Glad I caught it. Sometimes if I don't catch it, I really hope that the client says something so I can correct it, because sometimes it will be slacking. Hot lacking. So much better. Somehow, with the green eyes. I think because of the red dress, it matches. She's missing this part of her face. She's looking this way, but this part of her face is still missing. This is a trick that I like to do when I do my makeup. See, I'm telling you, everything's makeup. To make a character's face look more angled like this, if you put contour this way, it lifts this part, and I feel like this character, it matches her look. Subtle thing of elevating this part. This is another plane that you can add. A good way to remember this part of the face, this is a trick that I learned also from makeup, I'm telling you. Imagining this is a 3. If you can't figure out the shadow placement. So, how do I explain this? Like, this is a 3. honest, actually speaking of makeup, I do see some beauty standards that are seen in makeup from different countries appear in their art styles. Isn't that interesting? So for example, in Western makeup, contour and like really sharp angles is kind of normal. Versus Japan and Korea, contour is not as used, which is like more, not flat, but less shading on the face. Which kind of makes sense if you look at anime. This part here, it's just like powdered out and it's like gone. Whereas this part here, this is a Western feature. See, I play a Western game and then I start adding more Western detail. See? Okay. Alright. I think she looks pretty okay from here. So there's another character here, right? You didn't catch the beginning. So I'm trying to make it look like she's looking at him. So I'm trying to fix the eye shape here. Not looking at us. Not exactly. I mean, she can be looking at us, but... I don't think like, if you were to look over your shoulder like this at somebody, you wouldn't be able to see them. But it's like she's about to. So I should be looking in that direction. This is a piercing. So I'm gonna do this. From afar it's kind of hard to see, but there. That was before, that's where we got. Ta-da! It's such a flat way of expressing, yay, I did it! Alright, I don't want to get too far. Let's go to his face. His face is the one that's more tricky, huh? Also, this is the face that I was going to struggle with without anything. I already knew that there was something off, but I couldn't fix it during this stage. I find that older gentlemen have kind of this part of their face, and the eyebrow droops a little bit more, so there's less space. Eye looks smaller, so they look more stern, more serious. I also feel like I made him too thin somehow. Also, this part of your arm is the same as your foot length, so sure that's correct. He's slightly turning toward us, not completely. I think the issue is like his shoulders don't look that wide because he's turning this way, but should be turning toward us slightly. If you want to compare, that was before, now, or maybe here's better. I'm excited to do this dress because it's like fancy material. All right, sir. Time to make you handsome. I'll do my best. We know that he has facial hair. I'm not removing his facial hair. I mean, it looks like I'm removing his facial, but I'm saying like I'm going to add it back. It's just a matter of like I can't draw skin under the facial hair. It has to be on top. Here's the part where I think we can change his facial feature. You know what this character kind of reminds me of right now? I said Pedro Pascal earlier. And then actually the character that Pedro Pascal plays, Joel from Last of Us, that's the kind of face that I think of. How old is Joel from Last of Us? Is he like, I feel like he's in that age range. Supposed to be like 50 something. Joel from Last of Us. Speaking of, the voice actor is going to be at Montreal Comic Con too. It's crazy. Is it not specified? Oh! Oh? Okay. So, at the very beginning of the game, when you introduce to him, he's 36. And then, when you're starting to play him, I believe, he's 52. So, I was right. Bang on. I don't think I would be tasked with drawing an older character if it was just myself. Like, I wouldn't personally probably draw an older character unless they were a character in something, right? I don't really care about their age. If I like a character, I like their character. So far, it looks like the oldest character that I've drawn is like probably for commissions, right? Probably I have drawn another character in their 40s or something like that. No, I've definitely drawn older. Definitely. So long ago, I don't remember. Like a grandma character or something. Let me tell you though, the first time that I did it, I do remember struggling. I don't remember which character it was, but I do remember struggling to draw an older person. I think I've done a portrait of an older person before though. Listen, I've been drawing for a really long time at this point. Can't tell. Sure, we need to add this. Wait, before, after. She's so illuminated and he's not, so I'm going to bring over some of the light over here because it's too intense. Also, nope, that's creepy. Don't like that. Time to merge. Nope. Oh. The other way. Okay. One eye looks correct, the other one. You know, notice how a lot of the characters that I draw are looking to the left? So it makes sense when I draw a character looking the other way. It's tricky. I'm gonna flip him. Why am I gonna struggle? Let me just flip him. Also, dude is falling. I don't think she's falling. Is she falling? A little bit. Okay, both of them need to move slightly. Slightly. Her other eyebrow is also too high. Or her face. Something's going on. I'm a little bit too skinny for my style. The rule is like your heel is supposed to match your chin or something like that, but I don't think that's really. In this guy's case, I don't think we can do that with liquefy. Oh my god. Stop it. Okay. The eyes are too close together. It's fine if your eyes are, what's the word? Got a narrow gap? I don't really remember what it's called. Narrow set eyes? I don't think that's the plan for him. Rather than him going this way. Slightly iffy about his nose. So hi, Pony Girl, how are you? Today I am doing a commission that I did. I think I did it at the end of last stream. Pretty sure, because the name was the same when I opened my stream program. Actually, don't think I know their names, but they're the characters for from a book. R.D. Baker's book. This suave, smooth-looking couple. I was trying to think of like a compliment that would work for both of them, and I was like, I don't. Very demure, fancy couple. This month in particular, we're doing a lot of commission work because might have taken on too many orders. It's okay, we're catching up because I'm doing all of these streams. Thank you for indulging me, everyone. Ooh, drawing with your finger is hard. Only done it a few times, and honestly, I don't recommend. However, if it's the only option, you will learn. Through struggle, you learn. Dude, what's going on with your nose? Okay, anyway, I think I've corrected for the most part. Let me rotate back. Yeah, I don't know why it looks so weird to me now on the other side, but such is life, I suppose. All right. Yeah, cute. That's fun. I do think I made his lips a little bit too pinky. Oh my gosh, I was on Threads today, and I saw there's like this, I don't know what is going on, and I don't know how I've been roped into this, like, algorithm-wise, like, why are they talking to me about it? Not like talking to me literally, but like, why is it directed in my direction? People are talking about like, oh, artists shouldn't have to stream and whatever, and I'm like, dude, I don't care. As long as you can somehow prove that the art is yours. If somebody's working for, like, if you're working for someone, I think they're entitled to know that you're going to do the work. If there's some way to prove that you're reputable, the same as any other business. So I'm like, what is this debate about? I'm just kind of over here like, hey, I'm gonna go stream now. I don't think you have to stream. But I think it's totally the author's right to be like, hey, did you actually make, I have no idea of knowing how you made this. If you have some progress shots, or you can show me the sketch while you do your service, you know, like, that would be really cool. And I think that's pretty much, that's all you need. A lot of people ask, like, how do you get your commissions or whatever? And 99% of the commissions I get is actually either recommendation, like a legit, like somebody recommended me as an artist to work with, or it's the person that I work with posted about it, and now their follower base has found me. So like none of it is really just like pure social media. Yes, it's social media, but it's not just me screaming about it to the right people. It's not me saying it, it's somebody else. That's what's giving me the reputation here. Not the fact that I stream or anything. However, I do it, one, because additional income, and then two, it does put some of my clients at ease. So then, like, why not, right? If I have the system to do it, why not? Also out of spite, a little bit, because there are some people who are absolutely taking advantage of my clients. Like, usually the people who order from me order from other artists, and I have absolutely run into a lot of my clients will say like, oh, I've been taken advantage of. Somebody, you know, wasn't legit. Happened a lot. It's not just one person, there's a lot of times. So out of spite to those people, I'm like, no. If you find it so difficult to be legitimate as an artist, watch me. What up? I'll do it. With my eyes closed, let's go. Do it right now. I'll do it 3 times a week, even. So yeah, out of spite. Spite is a great motivator sometimes. I was talking to another artist about streaming though. They were like, oh, I've thought about streaming. Like, how often do you do it? And like, for how long? And then I told them, and then they were like, wait, what? And I was like, yeah, I think streaming is not for everyone, to be honest. I don't know if it's even for me, but regardless, it is a lot to like convince yourself. Like, one, if you're not a silent streamer, I can't deal with silence for that long. There are a lot of periods to stream where I'm quiet, but I can't survive that long. I'll start yapping at some point. But that, and also to be drawing for like the amount of time that I draw, I don't think is reasonable for most people. You really need to build that like arm strength to do it. Your arm is gonna fall off if you do that. Luckily, I was like a really crazy teenager who really liked to draw non-stop, so maybe I have the ability, but even me, my arm eventually starts to hurt, so it's not reasonable to expect everybody can do it. Yeah, a lot of people have been like saying, oh, you have like a very flip-flop vibe in terms of like, I'm talkative and then I'm very quiet. It's like, well, can you focus and talk at the same time? It's hard. It's hard. The only reason I can talk at certain points is because I'm working on autopilot, because it's like I've done it before so many times, memorized most part. But then if you see that I'm like really into a conversation, I stop drawing. You can tell that I'm not drawing because of my cursor. You can see it's not moving, right? Like if I'm telling a story, you'll see it for sure. And if I'm stuttering, chances are I'm drawing. Vice versa. But if you're recording your process, is a lot different, I think. But some people actually can't record their process. I think it like... Some people find it very sacred. There's that. And then there's also some people just like get in their head because they know that they're being recorded. I think I have no shame or something at this point. I'm like, whatever. I don't know what that is. But I'm just gonna like, yeah, people watch me while I'm drawing. That's why if you see me in person and it's like a really boring convention, I'm also drawing in public. And people talk to me and ask me to show them what I'm working on. So I'm like, in person, if you see me and I'm drawing, chances are I'll be like, yeah, here. I don't care. This is my job. And then at a convention, at least, I think it's a little bit different. Like if like I didn't have this and then I didn't have my art on display at a convention, that would be a little different, I think, because there's no way of being like, no, I swear this is gonna turn out good. Just trust the process. Like, please, just trust the process. There's no way they believe me that it's gonna turn out good when it looks like crazy in the beginning. I do really enjoy watching my own time lapses. I don't know if we're a unique crowd, but I enjoy watching my time lapses. I've heard some artists don't like their time lapses because they look at other people's time lapses and they're like, oh, they're so cool, mine isn't as cool. I'm like, I don't know. I like my time lapses. I wouldn't say I'm like the most confident artist, for sure I'm not. In a lot of regard, I'm very much not, but working on it. Would love to get more confident. I think it comes with there's a conversation about this. Like, in order to get motivated, do the thing first. You have to do the thing, something that you have to get the accomplishment first, and then afterwards you feel motivated to keep going. But first, you just need to push yourself to do it. And so, I don't know if I'm the most confident, but I'm doing the thing, you know? doing it. There are a lot of things, especially because I am an interesting artist. I've seen plenty of other artists do the same thing as me, in the sense of they don't do only art. If you're watching me stream right now, and if you're hearing me, you are watching me. Anyway, point is, I don't just draw for my job. I am a full-time artist, but that's not my whole job. In fact, very little of my job is drawing. I'll do it on stream, and I do it as much as I can off stream, but a lot of it is not drawing. For example, I have to do like the YouTube videos, and the social media, and the applying to events, and then going to said events, selling the stuff, doing the emails, customer service, all that stuff, blah, 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 blah. And I had something to say about this. Yeah, I'm not good at all of those things. How can I be? It's like jack of all trades. How could you be good at all of those things? That would be ridiculous. I'm sure there's some artists who are good at all those things, but I'm sure they've been doing it for a while, and that's why they're good at them. Like, how can you expect yourself to be great at everything? That's crazy. But sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, I expect myself to be great at everything and I get very frustrated when I'm not. It's so stupid though. I know, like afterwards I'm like, that was dumb. Like, why am I stressed about this? For example, I'm not very good at drawing backgrounds yet. I draw some backgrounds here and there. For the most part, I photo bash or I do it very roughly. And I'm very clear about that. Or at least I have evidence that that's what's gonna happen if you order a background from me. I either will tell you I'm not very confident at backgrounds, or I'm gonna assume that you looked at my previous work and figure it out, you know? You know what it's gonna look like. If you go to a character artist and you're specifically asking for a background, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you're coming to a character artist and you ask for a character and a background, then that's fair, that makes sense. But if you're specifically coming only for a background, wow. Results may vary. Oh, that's so real though. Yeah, when you post and then like, I don't know, somebody said that posting is like a humiliation ritual. Oh my god, I can't speak. But yeah, no, for real, like it's a real test. I think I've been posting for so long, and maybe that's why I don't care about streaming so much. I've already looked like an idiot. I've already had people on the internet mad at me for something or other. I've been on TikTok. Artist TikTok is scary. You do one thing and they're like, whoa. I'm sure anybody who's posted on TikTok. I've met a lot of artists who've had the same experience as me, so it's not like I did like... I'm very unique. It's just like all of us have had like some backlash or something at some point. Or had somebody disagree with us or something. And after a while, you just kind of like... This happens if you go viral, I think. Like if you get something really popular, it just goes to the wrong crowd and then people can be really nasty sometimes. But it's kind of a blessing in disguise, a little bit. Because you start to be like, yeah, you're just like a random person on the internet, I don't care actually. To somebody who's mean. If you're being sweet to me, I care. You're a beautiful human over there. But if, you know, I mean, with balance. There's balance to it. If you like assume somebody who's being really sweet to you, if you put too much weight on that, you also have like a imbalanced sense of self, but that's beside the point. Point is, I think artists, after posting for so long, especially if nobody sees it, I mean, there's two outcomes, right? No, three outcomes when you post your art online. Three outcomes when you post your art online. One, you go viral and it ends up in a crowd that's not very nice to you. It's mixed bag though. Two, you could post something and also go viral and everybody loves it, or even if it doesn't go viral, it just hits a crowd that really enjoys your stuff. And then 3, you're just posting in the void and absolutely nobody sees it. Maybe, you know, a few nice comments here and there. That's usually the category that I'm in, and I enjoy that category, quite honestly. That people are really nice over there. It's not very spectacular, it doesn't stand out that much, but the people who like it, they like it, you know? So, after a while, either nobody's gonna notice, people are gonna be really nice, and that's great, or people are gonna be really mean. Okay. I don't care anymore. I'm just gonna show up on stream. See where my mindset is? Do you see it now? Yeah. Like, if you're gonna be mean to me, okay. If you're gonna be nice to me, okay. Still gonna show up. Which is why I'm kind of okay when somebody comes into chat and they say like, oh, the stream is so dry that nobody's talking. I'm like, I've already lived it, man. It's okay. Oh, I feel like recording people in public though, that's just like impolite. I have it happen all the time with my art actually, that people will take photos without asking. I personally don't really care, because I don't think I have anything that's like duplicate. Like, you could easily duplicate it. The reason a lot of artists don't like when you take photos of their stuff is because they don't want it duplicated. People will steal our stuff. Often a thing that happens, unfortunately. However, my style is so artsy. It's so painterly that if you were to duplicate it, I don't think you could do it very well. Not from a photo. I think it would come out a little bit weird for the most part. To be honest, I don't know if like very painterly products is very effective because it doesn't print as clean and sharp. And it's more nice to look at them up close than it is from afar. So it's not the greatest for small products, perhaps. I don't know. I've had some people compliment the detail. They really like it. I don't know. So it depends. If I can get somebody close enough to look at it, great. Then they catch it, then they like it. But a lot of people like simplistic stuff. Speaking of, have you seen like the new Star Fox? I do not like how realistic it is. Too much. That's wild! I mean, we do have legal things for that. I mean, it is a lot of work. But if you scare them, you can get them to take it down. If somebody posted something of you, you can be like, hey, you can hint at it, like, I can give you a cease and desist. You don't actually have to do it. Maybe they'll actually just take it down. Because they're scared. Roll for intimidation. Intimidation check. Alright. Okay, I think I spent enough time on his face. I think it's time to go to their hair, I suppose. Should I do their hair or their clothes? Hair looks like the most annoying. So let's do hair. You, madame, are first. I do have a really funny reaction whenever somebody takes a photo near my booth. It's like it happens, they're cosplayers, they get stopped for photos. And the booth is like, the booth is a background. And then I fully like dive out of the frame. I'm like, oh no. But my booth is quite tall. And if I'm seated, in fact, I think you can only see this much of me, like literally up here. If I'm seated properly, which is why I sit really, if you see me from behind, I sit really weird because I'm too short. So for the most part, I'm sitting like this, like really uncomfortably. It's so I can see you better. So I can have a conversation with you and you're not seeing just a forehead. But in those situations, I do duck out of frame. It's pretty, it's great. I can believe it. But at the same time, it's kind of my mentality is like, so I've dealt with it for a long time. Just kind of worried about what people are thinking. I think a lot of artists do, right? We tend to be, I don't want to put us in a box, you know? I feel like all of us are a little bit different, but maybe neurotic is not the right word. The worrisome, the worrywarts, the people who worry a lot, they tend to put in their effort somewhere else. A lot of us turn to art, right? So it makes sense that a lot of us are kind of self-conscious or worry about what people think. I mean, when you post your art, chances are you also kind of worry about what people think a little bit, but whatever. Something that I'm always thinking is like, okay, you do it. Like, if you have something to say about my art and you don't like my art, and my friend has a really good way of explaining it, actually. She says it's really funny, and I think it's a really good way of thinking of it. Like, when you go to a restaurant, you don't tell the chef how it could be better, right? For the most part, you just go, okay, I'm not gonna reorder this. The chef is busy. You're not gonna interrupt the chef. Leave the chef alone. If you want it a certain way, you make it. You go into the kitchen, you get a restaurant, you make it yourself. You're not gonna tell the chef, oh, I don't like this, and interrupt them, right? But for artists, for some reason, they always come up to artists and they go, I don't like how you did this. I think it would be better if you did this, and this and that and this. They have so many opinions. And so we have to think a little bit like you're a chef and go, okay, then you do it. This is cereal for me. I made this bowl of milk and cereal for a serving of me. If you don't like it, it's not for you. As I eat with my spoon. Okay. To be fair, I do sell my art, but in that case, it's like, all right, you don't have to buy it. Quite literally, you don't have to dislike. If it's like a 5-star restaurant and you don't like the food, hey man, somebody else likes the food. Let them enjoy their food. So anyway, yeah, the point is, best way to think of it is, okay, you do it. If you have some kind of issue, you do it. I do think your inner critic is pretty loud, but I think you can also train it a little bit and also not necessarily tell it to shut up, but my Siri just turned on and I said, shut up, and then it said, okay, and then turned off. I would never be mean to a robot. What do you mean? I'm Canadian. I say please and thank you. What the heck? Anyway. Yeah, not necessarily tell it to be quiet, but I think you can retrain your mind to be a little bit kinder to yourself. It's hard. But like, isn't everything worth doing hard anyway? Man, I hate cardio, but I guess I gotta go do it. I'm always thinking of it. I'm like, man, I think artists, we really do need to do that. We need to move our bodies, because a lot of us are sedentary. This part I don't think is even showing. We have this filter here, so I'm eventually going to tighten things. They have got to come up with a... Listen, if any sponsor wants to help me out here, can you come up with some better earbuds or something? This is insane. Specifically for the alt girlies, the ones that have like a lot of piercings. Huh? I have so many piercings, my earrings don't want to stay in my ear. Did you know that Azuki was an alt girly? I'm sure you could have figured that out. Not really that alt, I don't think. I feel like all the artists are a little bit alt. We're a little bit... Alt doesn't always mean edgy, too. Like, you know, the cottagecore girlies are also kind of alt. They're alternative. They're not wearing the modern stuff. Not modern, the conventional stuff. It's an ear! Okay, I feel like we could be doing this in a lot more efficient way. Don't know what way exactly. This part here. I'm going to start using lasso tool and gradient because it's taking too long and I don't know why it's taking long. Like, it shouldn't. It doesn't need to. I think it's pointless. Here. Ooh. I do reuse and redo old drawings. In fact, one of them, I have them, hold on, this is a perfect time. It's gonna be mirrored. So I hope it looks good mirrored. So these ones I printed today. Is it? It is mirrored. Okay, so this one is Howl, right? I did it on stream. I don't know if I love it mirrored. Anyway, this one is a repaint. The reason I did a repaint is because I didn't think I had enough time. Well, I had enough time, but it would have been more convenient to repaint something rather than start from scratch. Do I have it? Okay, here, I have the file. Show it to you. This is the file that you just looked at, mirrored. Looks better like this, right? Yeah. If I turn it off, though, this was the old one, I believe 2022. I really don't remember. I did double check. I made a reel featuring this, and I still don't remember what year I did it. It's crazy. But yeah, one, I redid it because I had a real big problem in 2024, I think. Like, half the stuff that I finished was repainted. Like, half the stuff that I did in 2024 were repaints from like 2021, 2022, and 2023. I just kept repainting. And then I got stuck in like a thing of like, all I did was repaint stuff. Because it was just really bad perfectionism. I was like, I really need to see what it looks like better. And then also, I had opened a shop and it was faster for me to repaint things than to make a whole new thing. Like, I already had a basis for an idea. Let me push it further. I will be able to open my shop faster. That's what I did. And now we have a lot of stuff in the shop, actually, but they're not repaints. Look at that. And like half of them, this is quite impressive. I'm quite proud of myself for this. Half of the stuff in my shop right now, I swear, was made in 2026. So we're like halfway through the year and it's like half my stuff. It's crazy to me. Anyway, there are stages, I feel like, where you're in like repaint mode, and then there are stages where you're like, I make new stuff. You just go where the artist flow takes you, I suppose. Okay, I don't remember what this hair was doing before. I'm gonna go look at my sketch. Sometimes that is the solution. If you are really, really stuck, sometimes the solution is to just repaint it or restart. Times, yeah. Looking for my email. The last update that I did, because I didn't save the sketch. I should have saved. But I found it. Ah, I see. Okay. You do have to be a little bit careful with scrapping stuff, because you can get caught in a scrapping loop. I don't remember what it's called, but in a loop where you just keep scrapping non-stop. Nothing is good enough. You just keep doing it. Sometimes I'm the type of person. I find that I'm this type of person. I think I'm just really stubborn in general. I think I'm this kind of person in general where I'm going to work on a problem for a long time. And I think that's kind of why I ended up being a full-time artist. I think that's probably why, because I'm so stubborn. I'm like, I'm gonna make this work. It's going to work. It has to, because I said so. So it's going to work. That kind of mentality. So sometimes I have that, but there are other times where that's just actually like, you're wasting time. It's hard. You have to judge it case by case. Okay, well, relax here. Oh, this is on a separate layer. I can just... What am I doing? I think wherever your art takes you, you follow that. If you want to revisit, you can. If you want to do something new, you can. I tend to not leave a lot of work in progresses. That sounded weird. I don't leave a lot of things unfinished. Unless it's out of necessity, then I have to leave it unfinished, then I will. This is business. This is the business side of things. Normally I would not. If it was just up to me, I would finish every project. But now, money is on the table. Can't do anything about that. I can tell this part is going to be annoying if I draw skin over it. Maybe I should have done hair last. Oh, okay, well, but hair does so much. Such is life. Looks like I wanted to do like hair over here, but I don't know how this is going to fall in a nice way. There's definitely a faster way to do this. There's gotta be. I know whenever somebody picks a character with like long hair, they're like, why did I do this? I'm like, no, there's gotta be a faster way. I just don't know what it is yet. If I meet a pro artist and I ask them, hey, how do you draw hair fast? And then they tell me, yeah, I just like render it slowly. I'm gonna be mad about it. I'll be like, you mean you also haven't figured it out? Then that means I really do have to struggle with hair every time? Goodness. There's gotta be a faster way. There's gotta be a more efficient. I am like a little bit, not obsessed with it, but I think if you do it freelance and you have a lot, if you're in a time crunch, suddenly you're like, dude, I need to get more efficient. And then you kind of get a little bit like crazy with the artist theory stuff. It's like me researching how to pack Because I was thinking, I won't have enough space in my car if I don't figure out how to pack this efficiently. And then all of a sudden, I was like researching how to pack Artist Alley stuff into a suitcase. Fun fact, I can fit now. I tested it. I can fit my whole display almost in one suitcase. Isn't that impressive? I don't know how impressive that is, because that means I need more merchandise, I think. If I can fit it all in one suitcase. Ooh. Okay. We're working on it. We have so many ideas. Okay, no, it's too unnatural. That's... I do find that part of the job really fun right now. Like making my art come to life physically, it's pretty cool. Like the first time I saw my art printed, oh my goodness. I got so excited. Oh my gosh. I put it on my wall the first time I printed it. Still there. Dark, can't see what I'm doing. Oop, too much. Rendery, rendery, rendery. What did you do today? Ah, it rendered. I'm no better than a reedy project. I'm just a video. Rendering. Your shoulder is not shouldering. Alright. So, my style is relatively cartoony, but from the side, her waist and her head, I don't think should be the same measurement. It looks like she's not balanced. She's going to fall over. Close? Sure. But, fully, unless you're wearing a corset? Not really. I mean, this dress is probably corseted. Corset-y. Ooh, of course! Feel free to lurk away. Glad you can do some productive stuff. It is quite hard to draw while you got things you be thinking about. Woo woo woo. Alright. Yo, my coffee is like watery. I put like a bunch of ice into it because I've used less espresso this time. I think that was a mistake. Gross. Anyway. This is too dark. This is skin, so it should be painterly, but not too much, because then the texture looks like weird. And I don't know about you, but most people are not flaky with big flakes. chunks of flakes, like a tree bark coming off. Sorry to give you that visual, but that's what I was thinking of when I saw this. Madam, your arm is a little bit strange. There we go. Here, I think it's hidden. Notice? Okay, she's wearing heels. This part is going to be flexed. Yeah. Maybe too much. Maybe too much. Ooh. This part here, I feel like it should be totally like in shadow, right? Well, maybe not that dark. Way more in shadow, but now bear with me. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there when we get there. I have a pair of heels like this somewhere. I don't know where it is. To be fair, listen, ever since becoming a full-time artist, I have not been wearing fancy shoes. I thought that like working from home, I'd be like, oh, I can wear whatever I want. I can wear cute clothes finally. No, I've been lying to myself this entire time. It doesn't matter. I don't wear cute clothes. If you thought that was a thing that you were gonna do if you could work from home, no. I can do my nails though. My previous job, I couldn't even do my nails because they would get damaged, really. I mean, like I could do them, but they would last for like 5 minutes. And look at my nails. They're not done! Can't believe this! Because I don't have time! I never have time to do my nails! They're like finally healthy and strong, and somebody told me this at an event. They were like, oh my goodness, you could do your nails naturally, and I was like, oh my god, you're right. But I don't have time. If I go to a salon, it'll take me like 2 hours, and if I do it by myself, it'll take like 2 hours because I'm clumsy. Anyway. I'm hoping, listen, you're watching this, and somehow you're gonna find me at Montreal Comic Con. Or if you just like see a story of mine on Instagram and you see my hand in the story, okay? If my nails are done, just know it took tremendous effort and be so proud of me, okay? You can just silently be like, yeah, Suki, she came through. She did some self-care for once and she did her nails. And if I didn't, well, you know the answer to that. I didn't do my self-care and I didn't do my nails. I want to do my nails. I was thinking of having them match. This is like purely like artist thinking, you know? Like I was like this event I feel like is kind of like Astarian themed for me because the actor's going to be there and I have a bunch of new merch that is in that theme. So I was like, should I do my nails red? But then sometimes cheap red nail polish, if it doesn't dry properly, or not even like if it's not like gel, if it's not like permanent type material, it's just regular nail polish, and you like scrape paper, it leaves red nail polish behind. And I'm like, that would be my nightmare. Can you imagine if I'm like pulling out a print and then on the back there's like a red mark of nail polish because like my nail scraped it? Oh my goodness. Then I was like, maybe I shouldn't do it red nail polish. These are things that I think about. These are the things that I think if you have black nail polish, it'll also do it, honestly. But like red is just so obvious. I typically don't do my nails in many colors. There's like 4 colors that I do. There's dark red. There's like nudie pinky skin color. I don't. A pale pink or like white-ish, which is also kind of nudie color. And then pink. So actually there's... Well, no. Pink is also nudie, so it's kind of like in this category of like it's sheer tint color. Oh, and then dark purple, dark black. I don't do pure black. I also don't like wearing pure black polish or hair. If I ever dye my hair a dark color, probably going to be purple. It's not going to be pure black. Even though my hair is pretty black. The rule stands also for real life. I will wear pure black. I know that. But I have white dogs, so that seems like a bad decision in general. Listen, if you really like that emo lifestyle and like love wearing alt stuff, maybe don't adopt. You know, adopt, don't shop. White dogs. White dogs that shed like crazy. Maybe don't do that. Perhaps. Maybe a good idea. Oh my gosh. I did a catalog for the first time. Like, I have a catalog, but I didn't do like a pretty fancy one, and I laminated it. Kind of laminated it. Honestly, this was a stressor for me. I couldn't figure out how I was gonna do it. The online version, you can see it on Wednesday. You can see what I did. But the physical version, I was a little bit stressed because laminating means something sticky and like one try, right? And if you have a white dog, there's white for everywhere. So I was like, when I laminate this, is it gonna... Is this gonna be a problem? Anyway, I did it. It didn't look like there was any issues. Goodness, somehow. Alright, I'm just gonna... I got lazy. Easier to fill this part in than to do the leg. Alright, ma'am. Step here for your spray tan. Dang, she's glowing. Literally. Little too much. I feel like maybe we should tan her legs because they look so bright. Like, this is so bright next to this is too much. Pulling focus a little bit. Now this is when you go get a spray tan and you messed up picking the color. Damn, that was too much. Alright, a little bit less crazy now. I made her arm thicker earlier, and I don't know if now it's beginning to look weird to me. Maybe it is supposed to be that thin, but it's a matter of like where it was placed that's weird. Or it's the reverse. I don't even know what I just did. What did I do? Oh, yeah. Her leg just looks... Her leg and her arm look so long. And I'm like, I don't think it's supposed to be that long. Let me test this. Alright. We use green. Her shoulder is here. Her arm is this length. Her hand is here. Measure this. This should be midway to her thigh. If her arm is extended. Like laying straight. I mean, it is. I'm looking at this thigh because this one is elevated. Why do you look weird to me then? Anyway, let's move on. Oh, have I ever drawn from a screenless tablet? Yes, I have, for like majority of my artist career, actually. I think it was only the past 2 years that I've been using a screen tablet. I think most people from older generation, that would be me, we didn't have like affordable or like relatively affordable screen tablets. I used to use the Wacom Intuos Pro, and before that it was Bamboo. And I know quite a few people who still do, I believe, use non-display screen tablets. Like tablets that don't have a display. It takes some training to get used to, for sure. But this is part of the reason I think you see me use both monitors. So I have a display screen tablet, right? Display tablet. Anyway. I can look down and draw and see what I'm doing, but I also look up, and I often am using my streaming software as a second monitor here. So what you see is what I see sometimes when I'm drawing. And I feel like I would get lost more if I didn't learn how to draw without a display before. Because this is how I used to draw anyway. I will say that in my case, it is kind of difficult to do having this, like, you can see my cursor, right? That is confusing for me sometimes. I'm like, what is my pen doing? So that's why I look down, because I'm like, what? Not perfect. Drawing with a screenless tablet, tips for that? Practice, unfortunately. Well, calibration is a big thing, I think. Making sure that they match properly. That's why this, you see my pen, the cursor, it's not always perfect, depending on the angle that I'm using because of the size. That calibration, it being off just like a little bit, will mess with you. Like if it's not responding correctly. Sometimes I have to recalibrate my actual, like, even though it's display, I still have to calibrate it because I'll feel it. It's like weird. And if you're not used to it, maybe you won't catch it. So That's a big thing. I think it's similar to using any new tool. They recommend, like, for example, you do strokes and get used to it. Pen pressure is really important. I think this is just a general tablet thing. But if you are really used to working traditional and then you go to digital and you're using no screen, I think to learn how to use a monitor, like looking up and drawing below, it's not that bad. I think over time you just figure that out. But like any other program, like any other tool, it's a matter of just practice. Also, texture is a big thing. I don't think you're gonna have this problem if you're using Huion. The Huion is still kind of smooth. There are other tablets probably that have different texture to the screen. I have a really hard time with Procreate. Procreate is used on iPad, and so like technically that is a display type of tablet, but it's just not just an art tablet. The problem is it's so glassy that a lot of people struggle to transition to that. Also, the weird stabilization thing, I really don't like using Procreate. I really tried. I still don't like it. I don't like it. I tried. But yeah, it's one of those things that like maybe it works for some artists, maybe it doesn't, but it didn't work for me. Huion I think is pretty good. I mean, I'm using Huion. Wacom is also good, but the thing is, if you want to do a display tablet from Wacom, I think the most professional one that a lot of professional artists use is a Cintiq, right? Have you seen the Cintiq? Kind of huge. It's kind of massive. It's kind of expensive. Of all the tools I have for my art job, my art tablet is not the most expensive. Art tablet is kind of affordable, actually. And I think if it broke, I think I would be fine. Like, I would figure it out. I would just be able to get a different one and be content. I would figure it out. The same thing happened when I quit using Photoshop. I like fully changed programs and still had to, like, that's fine if you have to change programs, but you're not doing it for your job. I had to change programs and it's my job. So I was like, you're gonna learn real fast. You're like, figure this out. Figure it out now. So, human resilience. You'll figure it out. With perseverance, you'll figure it out. Some of it is just like training your body. I think it's one of those like, not illusions, but like, have you heard of the thing where if you're playing a video game or if you do an optical like illusion, I guess illusion, where you put a fake hand in front of you and you hurt the fake hand, you think it's your own hand, you like associate it with it? Your brain is smart. And learning how to do something where you're drawing down here and looking up here is kind of tricky, but it's like your brain adapts. It's very smart. It just takes like some conditioning, for lack of a better word. I think the way that they did it to like confuse you that a hand is yours, for example, is they would like, obviously you can't do this, but I'm just thinking psychologically it's interesting. They would do the same kind of motion or sensation on the fake hand as the real hand, and then you would like associate it. It was very interesting. The brain is interesting. I'm one of those people, I don't know if maybe this is, I think everybody can relate to this one. I don't like, I think haptic is the right word. The buttons that are supposed to feel like buttons, but they're not actual buttons. So for example, if you press a button on your phone and it vibrates versus a real button, Procreate, you have like gesture control, so you can like press and then it'll do something. But Huion, because I'm using a tablet, has real buttons, and also this has a button as well, like an actual physical button. I kind of hate that we're getting into this era where everything is like a haptic, like virtual cool button, where it's not real. It's not a real pressable button, because then I think like, what happens if something breaks? If the screen breaks, I can't press anything. It stresses me out endlessly. I hate it so much. I mean, if it's broken, it's broken anyway, but I think I'm 90s generation. It's coming out. Hello, how are you? I'm talking about the fact that I like physical buttons rather than on-screen buttons. Can rant about anything. Give me a topic. What does it mean to backseat? It would be, what's a good example? I think the best way to explain it is actually in video game terms. I don't really stream video games anymore, but you know when you're watching somebody video game? Or maybe, okay, the original term is backseat driving. If you're not the driver, and then somebody's like next to you saying like, oh, speed up, take this road, take that road, turn over here, like that. And then if you're video gaming, it's the same thing where they're like, use this sword, use that, you know, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So backseat drawing would essentially be like, use this color, go back a layer, do this, do that. Where I have to listen to instructions. Unprompted, with no prep. If you ask, then maybe it's fine. For the most part. You know what I mean? I think most artists probably want a heads up at least. I think some may be okay with it. I am definitely not the type of person. I think I get more than offended. I think I get like taken out of focus. If somebody comes in and then they're like, hey, do this, or like, try this without like asking first. Like, oh, I have a suggestion. I'm not even prompt. I'm just like, whoa, hold on. I feel like I have to like add a mental note, and then I'm like, oh, I'm out of focus now. I can't remember what I was doing, and but you'll sometimes see my mod come in or another artist that we already have a rapport, and they'll say like, maybe try this. But they always phrase it really nicely, so they're really good at showing an example of how to do it. But like, there's a way to suggest. I just can't trust everyone to do it. Therefore, there's this rule now. Especially, the worst case of this though, actually, was when I was video gaming, and I said that I'm playing the game for a second time, and still people were trying to tell me how to play the game. That was when I was like, I need to make a rule. It was crazy. Hi, Akitsune, how are you? Oof. This is also true. Yeah, when people tell you how to do something, then you like kind of, you doubt yourself a little bit. But for the most part, for me, it's like, my friend also had this really good example. When I was explaining, like, you don't tell a chef how to cook, right? It's also like, yeah, if I've drawn before, you can see on top, like, I can draw kind of okay. I'm midway through my progress. You have no idea what my visual plan is, like what I'm envisioning for it yet. If you don't talk to me first, you haven't heard me talk about it yet. If you just come into the stream and then you're like, you should do this, right? I'm like, clearly I have drawn without your help before. So what makes you think right now, this sounds kind of mean, but it's bluntly true. And like, what makes you think right now I need your help? Give me a second. Then if I need help, I say I'll need help. And I do say it. I actually ask often in stream, like, what do you think, everyone? I might not say everyone, but I say, what do you think? Are we liking this? How do we, is it visioning? Do you see it? I'll say it, you know, I'll ask. So most of the time when people backseat, it's actually somebody who comes into the stream for the very first time. And then I'm like, what happened to hello? Maybe let's say hi before telling an artist how to do her job. I don't know. Also, a lot of the things that I do on stream are not for myself. So I'm following somebody else's instructions. You know? Capsule, hi! Hello! I was explaining what backseat drawing is. And then I got a little bit heated because I was like, listen, it happens too much, it's gotta stop. For the most part, everyone's really sweet about it. Everyone's really nice. Yeah, I think it's a preference. You never know. Different artists are different. I like asking for advice if I'm actually stuck. And sometimes I am stuck and I'm stubborn and I just don't want to let anybody know. But if you see me on stream, you know I'm stuck. It absolutely is a thing. It's like the same as backseat gaming. But it happens a lot to streamers. Yeah. A lot. Thank you! Thank you so much! Also, Kitsune, yeah, absolutely. We all do it differently. And you don't know until you, like, you know? Until you've built a rapport with an artist, you have no idea what their plan is. And then after a while, you get to know them and then you're like, yeah, I think I get what she's, you know? Then also, like, if I don't know you, then I don't know if you know that I know. This thing. But yeah, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. Next time you show up in the stream, maybe I'll be a PNG tuber and then you'll see the profile picture. Come to life. But not really. It's like 2 frames. But anyway, that's beside the point. Yeah. I don't know if it's an ego thing. I don't like when I'm told what to do. But then when it comes from a friend, it's different. You know what I mean? Is that just me? Like, if my boss tells me I'm doing my job wrong, I'm kind of okay with it. And then if a coworker that I don't like tells me I'm doing my job wrong, even though I know that they're right, I'm like, I don't like that you're telling me. Does that make sense? I'm like, why are you pointing it out? For the most part, you do a terrible job. What the heck? I can't believe you caught me the one time. This is it. This can't just be me. Ooh, same face syndrome I think is less of a problem than people make it out to be. I think it's an issue if you're like for professionalism, like if you're doing it for your job, and if the client doesn't know that you have it. If the client knows that you have same face syndrome and they just like your style anyway, then like it's literally not a problem. Who cares? Less of a problem than people think. So power to you. If it works, it works, you know? That can be absolutely just like your way of doing it. This one, yeah, they are characters from a book. I don't actually know the title. I don't know if the title's been revealed, to be honest. But Artie Baker was really nice and gave me permission to stream it, which is very cool. We appreciate. Actually, all of my clients have given me permission. Round of applause to my clients. They're all very sweet, even if they don't want me to say who they are, which is also very cool. They're still letting us see their characters come to life. They get to see the progress. They know what's up about that. They're like, that's so cool. That's so real. You need to make bank. Kind of. 5 cents off of AdSense. Let's go. Yeah. I think I might be drawing this dress wrong. Let me find the reference real quick. I think it might have a different drapery style. Ooh, I think we've talked about this. Did we talk about this? I feel like we talked about it. Monster Hunter Girls. Monster Hunter. Oh, there it is. I was like, where is my email? Where is the browser? Where's the tab? Where am I? Who are you? Who are you? Okay. Sorry. I'm back on. By the way, their names, I completely forgot to mention their names. This is Dominic and Mia. My bad, sorry. Yeah, actually we won't see it. This part of the dress. Because of the hand placement. But here it's supposed to be like this. There's some drapery, extra drapery going on. Fancy, fancy. And there's extra drapery happening here, however we don't see it, and there's extra drapery. Actually, I drew this wrong. Oh, see, I stand corrected. Listen, I can say I'm wrong, but snooty coworker can't say I'm wrong. See what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know. All right. Sorry, I was looking at references. I can see your chatty chat. All right. Good question. Ooh. Also, thank you for stopping by, Kitsune. Good luck with your Monster Girls. Love Monster Girls. Or Monster Hunter Girls. Monster Hunter Monster Girls. Sorry. Monster. Okay. Monster, but not the energy drink. Usually when I do commissions for authors, they all do it a little bit different. Some of them give me like a full file with a description, with a chapter insert, and photos. Some of them just give me a description. Some of them give me a single photo. And they're like, enjoy. Or they've already got another artist to do it. That's more likely in that case, where they're like, another artist has drawn them before. Here you go. Draw them. And then I'm like, sick. I don't need anything explained to me. Other artists explained it perfectly. Pictures worth 1,000 words or whatever. Right. In this case, Artie Baker's worked with me before actually, so I kind of know what the plan is. And then I got a reference for the pose. That's why the pose part was so easy. Reference for the pose, reference for the clothes, reference for like previous artists' renditions of the characters. I got a description of their age, so I know how old they are. Sometimes they give me a description on the personality, but in this case, it was pretty straightforward. It was pretty straightforward. Which is the easiest? I would say it's the one that gives me, in this case, very straightforward. I like both ways. However, I think the easiest is like they literally give me the answer. But I really enjoy character design, so if somebody is giving me something and then I have to design the character a little bit, I do enjoy it. I'm not gonna complain. I'm fine with it. Is it more work, maybe? Maybe. Do I charge for it? No. Should I? Probably. Will I? I like my clients too much. I like my job too much. That's the danger. That's the danger of doing what you like for your job. I don't know how to charge for it, but I actually should get paid. But how many commissions do I take at a time? This is a good question. Normally, it's supposed to be 4 a month. Supposed to be something like that. But this month, I'm gonna count. Do you want to know? Do you want to actually know? In fact, you will figure it out because all of them have been allowed to be streamed, so you've seen them all actually. which was very cool. So from this month that you've seen me do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I accepted a 7th one, so I'm gonna do that today. Oh, 7? It's supposed to be 4. You have to keep that in mind. Do you understand why I'm a little bit like, we need to do commission streams because there's too many. I messed up. But to be fair, 2 of them were simplified, so they were not characters and not complicated. I misjudged how hard they were going to be. That's my bad. And then the other thing I misjudged was usually I don't have so many events, but this month I had an event almost every single weekend, which means I have like 2 to 3 days chunk out of my schedule, and then like take a 4th one because like driving and prepping. So then I was like, I got 3 stream days to make it work. Yeah, anyway, so that's why we're doing so many commissions on stream, and then when I get caught up, don't worry, we'll be back to our usual broadcast. How long does it take me to finish them? It depends genuinely on what the order was. That's similar to what I was saying, where I was like, for example, I did a bunch of chapter headers. That is a lot faster to do than doing character, right? I just have to do the line art. But I didn't realize how hard they would be. I was like, yeah, I can do it, it'll be fine. I even told my client, I was like, yeah, I'll just squeeze them in because they're not as complicated. I should say, thank you. I underestimated. They are less complicated. However, because it's not something I'm used to, it did take a little bit extra time, more time than I expected it to take. And then I'm so grateful that my clients are very understanding. And I tell them like, hey, so there's a delay. I'm working really hard and you can obviously see that I am. It feels weird to say that I am, but I am. Working as hard as I can, working as fast as I can, always. Not to say that I'm cutting corners, but anytime I have a chance, I push it, right? I show up. Stream is kind of like reassuring in that way, because you can always say, like, you can always tell that I'm like, hey, I'm not slacking. I swear I'm working on it. And if I get stuck, there's like probably a part of the stream where I go, dude, I don't know I'm stuck. I don't know how to fix this right now. This is a delay because I'm stuck. I'm going to figure it out. I always figure it out, but it's like I run into like a skill issue that I didn't expect I would run into or something. Or I just having a bad drawing day and it happens. It does happen. How am I supposed to I can't plan that, you know? They just appear sometimes. It's like they can hear you. They're like, you know what would be really cool? You know what we should do to Azuki right now? Bad drawing days. Sprinkle it. It's like a bad hair day. You leave the house, you're like, why? I didn't do anything to deserve this. Yeah. Yeah, and usually the case is, oh, you're probably overworked, you didn't take a break, and you didn't sleep well. Or you're sick, and you don't know that you're sick yet. I hate that. That's the realest answer there is. You can totally see that I'm having a bad, or not today, but on the days that I'm having a bad drawing day, I've caught them on stream plenty of times. I think the time that I was drawing Astarion, the sticker sheet, I actually made a reel about it, or a clip about it, and everybody was trying to give me feedback on like how to solve the problem, which was really sweet, but I also was like, this was filmed like a month ago, this is... It's done. It's been done. However, there is evidence that I had a very bad drawing day, and I could not draw Astarion for like 3 hours. I was really struggling. I was like, why is his face so difficult to draw? I do think that was actually... Half of it was because it's just a face that I'm not used to drawing, but that type of angular face, I'm not used to it. And then the other half is like, genuinely, I think I was just exhausted and I was trying so hard to get it done. But I did not give myself the choice. especially with stream, I think I don't have the choice. Like I don't give myself the option, which is a good thing and also a bad thing. Where it's like, oh, you're stuck? Suffer. Figure it out. I don't care you're stuck. You're going to figure it out on the stream. It's gonna go longer? Sucks to suck. Get good. Which is not great. However, also great in terms of productivity, because it's gonna get done, for sure. If I'm left to my own devices and I'm drawing off stream, sometimes if I'm really stuck, I just give up. I'm just like, yeah, I'm not doing it. Yeah. It might have been. I think that one, I might not. I think the streams that I stay up really, really late usually are the commission ones because I have like, I'm trying to finish things on time. It's not like all of these clients have deadlines. However, because I have multiple at the same time, I am doing my best. Like if I'm late with one of them, the next one is late, right? So then if all of them are late, it starts to go like this, and then somebody with a timeline like this has been shifted completely like this, which is like a nightmare to me. So luckily, I've never had that happen. I have never had it happen where I've like said to somebody, hey, there's a delay, and it's been delayed like a month. That would freak me out. There was a time I missed a client, but in that case, even then, it was kind of impressive, not gonna lie. They told me, hey, did you miss me? And then I went, oh, yeah, I did. And then I think I got their order to them like within like 2 weeks or something. I was like, my bad. That's completely, I prioritized them, finished it immediately. So even in the case that I mess up, I really hate making people wait, man. Hate it so much. Except for stream. Everyone here, you can wait. I'm going to be late for stream every time. It's just, at this point, I'm not late. I'm on time. The time that is scheduled for me to show up is just incorrect. I will always show up almost 8:30. Just kidding. I showed up at 9 today. Today was a really weird one, though. Today, I kind of gave up. I was like, dude, I know today's going to be a really long stream. I don't care. Whatever, man. I'm going to take a shower. I'm going to eat my food. Whatever. If people show up, cool. If they don't show up, well, I'm going to be gone for 3 days, so... Maybe I should be more consistent. Maybe I should care. I should care. Listen, con week is not the time for me to care, though. It can't be. Just, you know what? Turn on your notifications, and then I'll show up, and then... we have an understanding? I think most people don't show up until like an hour in anyway, so it's fine? Question mark? I hope. I don't know. I know some people stream in the morning. That's crazy to me. I stream like midway through my day. That's essentially what I'm doing. I know it's evening, and it's dark outside. Can't see it, but it is dark outside. Very dark outside. It's 11. Oh, it should be dark outside. Oh my god, it's 11? Ew. Anyway. Point is, this is like middle of day for me. No, this is evening for me. I think we can give myself a little bit more credit. I'm not that crazy. I did wake up in time to see Brazil and Japan play against each other. So, that's actually like a flex. I never wake up on time. On time meaning 1 o'clock. I don't wake up for 1 o'clock. That's crazy. But I think my friend messaged me at like 12:57 and was like, hey, your countries are playing against each other. And I was like, hey, thanks for reminding me. I'm gonna put it on the TV. I watched Japan score, and I was like, whoa, no way. Almost missed it. And then I actually did miss Brazil's first score, and I was like, man, I had a task to do. But man, I can't believe this. And then It's fine though, because Brazil scored again. So then I caught the second one. It's fine. If you're not into sports, I get it. I'm usually not into sports. But growing up, this was like the only thing that only sport that I really watched. FIFA? I think if you're from a Portuguese-speaking country, how many countries speak Portuguese? Actually, this is a good question. I need to know now. I'm gonna find this out right now. Is it only 2? Surely not only 2. There's 10 countries and territories. Let me tell you. Portugal, of course. Brazil, of course. You ever hear me say Brazil in accent? There it is, Brazil. Angola, Mozambique, Cabo Verde. Cape Verde. I don't know how to say this in English. Cape Verde? Verde? Dude. Guinea-Bissau, São Tomé and Príncipe, Equatorial Guinea. Equatorial Guinea? Okay. East Timor, or Timor-Leste, and Macau, which is a special administrative region of China. This one I actually have heard of. I kind of forgot about it. Huh. But like, of the Portuguese-speaking world, 78.1% is Brazil. And then Portugal is 3.9. Anyway, everyone. Did you like my Portuguese accent? Only time you'll hear it. When I was a kid, I had the Brazilian jersey with, I think, who's number 9? I think it was one of the Ronaldos. 9. Yeah, it's Ronaldo. So imagine Mini Azuki, big jersey, Ronaldo's jersey, number 9. And to this day, 19 is my favorite number because of the 9 that I used to wear in the jersey. Haha! But I think if you're Brazilian, FIFA is a big part of your culture, I feel like. Considering our history with it, we have quite a few wins, huh? I think. Who has won FIFA the most? Is it us? Ooh. Who has won World Cup? The most World Cups? 5 times. Brazil has won 5 times. Yeah, I was correct in remembering this. 1958, 1962, 1970, 1994, and 2002. FIFA's really old, actually. Very old. But I feel like if you're not from a soccer or football country, it's probably not that huge. But if you're from North America right now, oh, you know FIFA's happening. You know it's happening because you're hosting it. In fact, in my area, when you go onto like the highway, it actually has a sign for FIFA. It says, "Please take transit because of traffic." The traffic is so bad because of FIFA. There's so much traffic. You don't want to go on the highway. If you're going on the highway, be careful. BLs! Speaking of, I was talking about FIFA. Tudo bem? I was literally just talking about like which countries speak Portuguese. Apparently, majority of the Portuguese-speaking people are in Brazil. Who knew? Obviously, pretty obvious. Also, hi little lady, how are you? Yeah, this one I plan on finishing it today. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Yos, how did you feel about the FIFA game? I did watch the game. All of my friends messaged me and they were like, "Azuki, your countries are fighting against each other." And I was like, "Oh, who's gonna win? I cheer for both." So whatever. It was pretty funny. When Japan scored, I was like, "Yeah." When Brazil scored, yeah. And then when the game was over, my friend messaged me and she's like, "Congrats, your team won!" And I went, "Yeah, it did." And yesterday, Canada won. So listen, 2 wins in a row. And you know who won on the, like, who shot the goal, the winning goal on the Canadian team? Was Portuguese. Shout out Portugal, I guess. Goodness. I lost and won at the same time. I did. I'm very happy for Brazil, but I'm also very sad for Japan. Did you see there's so many cute, like, I feel like FIFA is a huge unifier of countries, like, you know, everybody at the same time watching. It's like a huge world event, right? But what was really sweet, which kind of warmed my heart, especially because Japanese, Brazilian, Japanese, I never know which one to put first, honestly. Whichever one sounds right at the time. Was all the Japanese watchers at the game were crying, right? They were sad, and then the Brazilian team, or Brazilians, people cheering for the Brazilian team, came over and gave them hugs, and it was so sweet. I was like, oh, that's so nice. But that kind of gave me a, like, yeah, that's kind of my family too. It's the same. That's kind of why we're over there. Japan, if you didn't know this, let me give you a little history lesson. If you didn't know, Japan and Brazil are like this. Even if you didn't watch the game. We have a huge immigrant population in Brazil. So after the Second World War, a lot of Japanese were displaced. They went to Brazil. I happened. Hello, that's how I came to be. And so there's a lot of Japanese people in Brazil, and a lot of people cheering for both teams today. I think I saw one video which was really cute. Somebody said that it was like a oba-san, older lady, grandma, and she said that she was asked, like, are you gonna cheer for Brazil or Japan? And she said, I'm gonna cheer for Brazil because it's the country that welcomed me in. And I was like, oh, that's so sweet. Oh, it's so cute. But yeah, a lot of people were cheering for both. Japan did play very well. I think the coach was apologizing, and I think one of the team members, they said that it was his error, right, that caused Brazil to win. And he was crying on the field, and one of the team members on Brazil's side was like encouraging him, saying like, no, he played very well and it's okay. You did your best. The coach apologized and was like, I'm sorry, I couldn't do better. And I was like, no, I think you did great. I think it's just that Brazil just happened to do better. It's not like it just happened, 2 good teams next to each other. It's just gonna happen like that, right? I think they should be very proud. There are a lot of Japanese people in Hawaii and in Vancouver. Yeah. They're not over here in Toronto, and it makes me annoyed. Can you come over here and bring the food with you, please? Would be really cool. I want Daiso. I want Japanese dollar store, please. Do you know the amount of stuff I could buy for Artist Alley at the Japanese dollar store? Do you know the snacks I could get? Why don't we have Daiso in Toronto? I don't understand. I think we even have it in Brazil. What is this? It makes me mad. They have it in San Francisco too. I went to San Francisco and I was like, y'all have a Daiso here and we don't have one? Y'all living the life over here. When I went to Japan, I also went to Daiso. I was like, I need to buy stuff. Next time I go to Japan, I'm gonna stock up on all the Artist Alley stuff. Their stationery is next level. They have such good stationery. So jealous. What they have, like, I think North America probably also has it, but Japan, I think they take it to another level. Because, I mean, studying over there, they're a very academic country. They have, like, the craziest inventions, and they have, like, award-winning stationery. Like, they have, like, competitions. I don't know if competition is the right word, but they have like juries and they're judged and stuff. Award-winning stationery. And I'm like, I need some of it. I don't know what I need it for, but I need it, you know? I've had it in my Amazon wish list, but the import fees are ridiculous. But I have some stuff that I want. Yes, yeah, Daiso. I feel like the Asian countries probably also have Daiso first. Yeah. I'm so jealous. Muji. Yeah, we have Muji here as well. I have definitely been to Muji, and my suitcase, the one that's holding all of my Artist Alley stuff right now, is Muji. Hard case suitcase. It's pretty good, not gonna lie. Pretty good suitcase. They also, I think I was showing at my last stream, I was showing some stuff. The hanging toiletry bag, one that can like fold small, but you can also hang it as a hook. Also for Muji. We have Muji in Toronto, quite a few. Thank goodness, we have something, man. We have Uniqlo, obviously. Half my closet. This is from Uniqlo. Wait, it's Miffy. Do you know the little bunny? Okay, dogs. I'm trying to speak over here. No. Stop right over here. Hey, buddy. I'm trying to have a conversation. No, 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 no. Anyway, yeah, this bunny. A cute Miffy bunny. I think Starbucks recently did a partnership with them, and I was so confused. I was like, what? We're not allowed to have cute stuff in North America? What are you doing here? North America. Don't get the cute stuff. On the back it says some whack. It's English. It's proper English, but it's just some whack nonsense. I don't... It says like she has 2 black eyes or something. Something like that. And I'm just like, I have long hair. I'm just gonna cover that. That's weird. I don't know what you're talking about. What? Uniqlo, listen, sometimes their designs are really cute. But the problem is, the front will look good and subtle, and then the back will have some stupid nonsense that I'm like, this is too much. You need to chill out. I am an anime nerd or a gamer nerd, but like, I don't need the world. I need the world to know a little bit from my front, and then on the back, when I walk away and they look at behind, they're like, dang, she is not chill about it. She's like hardcore. Like if I'm buying like a Monster Hunter shirt or something. That was pretty cool. They had a Monster Hunter collection, and I was like, it feels so niche. Like I sell Monster Hunter stickers, and then people come up and they're like, no way you have it, and I'm like, this feels very niche. Like it's very popular in Japan and not popular in North America. So when they have collections that are quite niche, it's so interesting. But then it's not chill. I look like I'm a really big nerd. Which is fine, but maybe I don't want that aesthetic. They do have really good basics, I will say. Yeah, they have great basics. When I went to, actually, my favorite pair of jeans. Okay, listen. You know Gap owns Old Navy? In fact, did you know this? Some fashion history, I guess. Banana Republic, Gap, Old Navy, and Athleta are all the same parent company. In the same way, Uniqlo also owns Goo. But Goo, it doesn't have like a American. I don't think they have an American one. At least they don't have it here in Canada. I don't think they are outside of Japan, to be honest. Goo is like the cheaper version of Uniqlo, or like the trendy fast fashion version. My favorite jeans are from Goo, and I got them in Japan, and they're, what are they called? Bucket jeans? I don't know how to explain this, but the jean is like this. It's kind of like this. That's the shape. It looks extreme like this. Hi, lovely. I bet you are lovely. And it was really trendy in Japan. Fast fashion. And then, like, a couple years later, I find similar style in a different color in Uniqlo, and I was like, Is this not just the same pair of pants? Ketchup chips! Dude! Real one. I love ketchup chips. Ketchup chips are so good. Has anybody had ketchup chips? Also, thank you. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Ketchup chips. I don't think it shows over here. But Lovely was very lovely and sent over... I don't actually know how that works. However, what I do know is I do like ketchup chips. Lay's has some ketchup. Lay's. Specifically Lay's. If you come to Canada, there's two things that you need to get. You need to get Ruffles all dressed, a type of chips at least. Ruffles all dressed, and Lay's ketchup chips. I'm so sorry. You can't get No Name. I think you might be thinking, I think Shinjuku does have fashion. But you might be thinking of Harajuku. Harajuku girls, you know? We also have Shibuya 109. I guess where is Shinjuku again? Dude, I don't even remember where everything is. You know Shibuya Crossing, the famous crossing? Some chips and crisps with ketchup. I do like my French fries with ketchup. But I also like more chips. Yeah, dude, I love ketchup chips. I try not to buy them often because I will eat them all and they're quite sugary. I think they're kind of like, they're not vinegary exactly, but they still hurt your mouth if you eat too many of them. But Harajuku, I have been. I do think I feel like very out of place. No, I'm so sorry, Lovely. That is the opposite of lovely, dude. Whoa. Well, what I can say to that is this the conversation, you know, listen, okay, I gotta preface this. The conversations I have with my friend, I always preface, and then I'll message my friend and be like, can I be mean for a second? I'm not actually mean, but like, I can't say this publicly. Otherwise, people are gonna think I'm intense. But both of us will agree and we'll be like, yes, speak your truth, girly. And then it'll be like, somebody said this nonsense about my art and I did not like it. I think they're mean. I think that was incredibly rude. And then my friend will say, they're just a random person on the internet. Throw away their opinion. Irrelevant. So that's what I would say. I'm telling you now, it's actually not that mean for me to say like somebody saying something unhinged is not that mean. However, I have to be a business person and I can't be like can't tell people off, you know? If somebody says that directly to me, I try to be very polite and be like, no, I'm so sorry, it's incorrect. I'm a professional. Yeah. Yes, there's Hatsune Miku's. There's 2 here, but I think in my shop I have 3. So there's more Hatsune Miku art. I just couldn't fit them in here. To be fair, I think IA does stand for AI in a different language. I think in France. But then also just use your brain. Just use the context. Google Translate is there. I don't know. Oh, cute. I think it's also in Portuguese? Dude, I don't know. It is, right? Hey! I know how to speak the language. No, I don't. No, not at all. Actually, what was funny though, when I saw that Japan scored, I did find this really funny. I can't speak Portuguese very well. However, I know the swear words, you know? Obviously. Come on. I'm not gonna say them for you. But then, the camera panned over to a player, and like, he was clearly swearing in Portuguese, and I was like, I don't need to hear the audio. I already know what he's saying. I can read his lips. I was like, yeah. Fair, bro. Fair. I think also. Wait, is I for vocal? Wait, what do you mean it's Vocaloid? I haven't caught up with the. Hold on, I'm gonna search it up. Oh, the vocal. Oh, I've not seen her actually. Her? Oh, the Reddit says she's considered niche now, and I'm like, yeah, because I haven't heard of her. However, I will give the disclaimer that I am old, so I don't know some of the ones that are new. Like, I think there's a Korean one as well, and I have not. Like, I recognize the character, but I don't remember much. When did she come out? Okay, never mind. I am not that old. 2012. She's not that old. I'm just not. Okay. My favorite is not niche, but Flower is not that popular either. And I would assume that if somebody's not like really into Vocaloid, they also wouldn't know Flower. So I'm like, but also I feel like you can just people should be chill. People should just be chill. But yeah, if they're not chill, throw the comment away. Do what I do when I play video games. I just go ew, and then I block them. I think it's easier when you have a friend. That's why I always ask my friend to be like, listen, somebody's being mean to me on the internet. Tell me how to respond. And then just, ew. Block them. I think we should get the hammer out. Ban hammer. You're no longer allowed to look at my art. The most unhinged... It's more funny when they say... It's not funny in the moment, but it's funny afterwards when they say things to your face. That's funnier, I think. Cause you're just sat there like, did that just happen? Whoa, that's crazy. Oh, Kaito Meiko. I forgot that Meiko's so old. I had my mod actually reminded me. It was like, Mako's like from the beginning, and I was like, oh. Blah, blah. Those two, I don't know. Dude, there's so many. Is she Utao? That might be why. I don't know. To be fair, when I was a teenager, I listened to so many, but I don't remember the names. Like, I'm just like, no idea. If you have never listened to Vocaloid, if you've never listened to Hatsune Miku, my favorite is Flower. And they have some covers. If you're not into the Vocaloid sound, that's fair. I get it. It can be jarring. They have covers, human covers, of the music that was originally composed for Flower, and it's dope. It's good. I listened to both versions. Oh my gosh, I don't think Gielves was here for all the news about Montreal Comic Con. It's kind of crazy because I think Gielves has played Baldur's Gate, and we've talked about it. This is a pretty big deal. Actually, I do have something else to add about that. Montreal Comic Con. So, if anybody has been watching me for more than 5 seconds, you know I've been on this crazy Astarian, like, just a lot of it, right? Turns out, came in handy, because Montreal Comic Con, voice actor is going to be there. Yeah. But, okay, I had an extension to this. So, I applied for a fan expo, I got rejected. People keep asking me, they're like, Azuki, are you gonna be at Fan Expo Canada? I'm like, they won't let me in. It's like the 3rd year in a row, they won't let me in. So, I learned that the voice actor for Astarion and Gale are both going to be at Fan Expo. And not only that, the voice actor for Mael and Verso from Expedition 33 is also going to be there. And I was like, you are kidding me. I was super lucky. I got somebody to share with me from Montreal Comic Con. And I was like, I don't think I have luck. I don't have enough luck to get into Fan Expo. But Montreal Comic Con, the voice actor for Astarion is at only him out of that group is going to Montreal Comic Con. And when I learned that, I was like, I will do anything. I will show up. I want my print signed. I would love to shake your hand, sir. Please. And turns out it worked out. Now I have a whole Astarion collection to give the Astarion fans. Yes, Neil Newbon. Yeah, Neil Newbon. That guy. Love that guy. He's such a good actor. I just want to be able to be like, dude, I know you know you're great, but I need you to know that I know. And also just here, just take the print. Here's a gift. I would love to gift it to him. I made a YouTube video about it. And I make a YouTube video about the fact that I'm going. I made a YouTube video about the fact that like I was having a really hard time. The game helped me. And I think his voice acting alone helped me a lot. Just hearing somebody so passionate about what they do and doing such a good job was affected me. I don't know how better to word that. But I was like, dude, I would love to be able to say thank you. His love for the craft was infectious. Dude, I can't speak English. It's contagious. Contagion. Corona. I do not actually watch. I watched a little bit, and then I think the issue is, dude, as I had said, I'm so old. I think I have tired myself out for at least a little bit on watching any animes where the character's a teenager. I'm like, man, I can't put myself in the mindset of a teenager right now. I gotta pay taxes. Oh my god. But anime I do watch. I haven't really been watching anything new lately because I feel like I have so much on my plate. It's hard to add like keeping up with a new TV show. So I've been rewatching things. I'm rewatching Bridgerton. I started rewatching and I gave up. Pretty Little Liars. Trash TV. Terrible. Don't watch it. However, I just needed background noise. And next I'm going to rewatch Arcane. Yeah. But if it's your fandom, hey, power to you. I know some of the characters. The same way that I will also fangirl about Baldur's Gate. Even though you may not know it, you don't need to know it. All you need to know, there's this vampire guy. Really like the guy. The voice actor. Gonna say hi to him. I'm gonna drive 7 hours to do it. That's why I need a day off, which is tomorrow. But I do agree. I think it will be very difficult. They're going to film the TV version, and I get that they can't cast Neil, and for whatever reason, I guess won't work or whatever. But like, it's gonna be tough. Baldur's Gate does seem intimidating, and you know what? Actually, I had something. So I thought I was okay. I collect video games, whether I play them or not. We collect them. I collect them. Me and my partner we collect them together. We don't have the same game taste always, so sometimes there are games on there that I'll never play anyway, and sometimes there are games that he'll never play, and it works out. Now we have them on the shelf. However, to get Baldur's Gate, the only option was to get like the deluxe version, which was like very expensive. And my partner was like, wouldn't it be rough if you hate this game? I don't think you're gonna like this game. It looks really complicated, but you might really like this game. Who knows? I've been wrong before. And I said, I think I'm gonna like this game. why? I originally thought I was gonna hate the game. Because I agree, it looks so complicated. I thought I was gonna hate it. One, the way that gameplay-wise, the way that they set it up, it is quite easy to understand because they break it down for you. Like the game design is smart. Where they're like, we know you'll be overwhelmed if we throw everything at you at once. I'm going to start you off slow. It's the same rules as D&D essentially, right? Yes. Yeah, the combat is a little complex and I hate getting overwhelming games. I can't play a lot of JRPG because I get stressed. But the way that they introduced it, actually I had a really fun time discovering all the complexities slowly. Like you don't have to figure it all out. I'm not trying to sell you the game, but the point is, I also thought I was gonna hate it. The problem is I kept getting, I think the algorithm knew that I would like the game before I did. They kept showing me clips of Astarion specifically. And I was like, who is this guy? I know he's popular. I kind of wanna, like what's this about? I clicked one clip. Like gameplay clip. And I think it was his line where there's a really famous line that is not romantic in any way. It's just really funny. And Neil does such a good job that he sold me the game. He was the reason I got the game in the first place. And I would like to say thank you for that too. It's the line where he goes, what in the sweet hells were you thinking? I was right there. And I was like, I need to get this game. It's so stupid. What caused him to say that? That's so dumb. Why is he so dramatic? Why is he so ridiculous? And then I think I have a rule where I don't like watching spoilers. I don't like watching clips unless I know that I'm not gonna play the game. I won't watch clips. So I was originally thinking I'm never gonna play this game, so I can watch clips. I'm not gonna watch the gameplay through because it looks too complicated, but I'll watch clips. And then I watched one clip, and then I kept watching clips. And then the voice acting was so good. In fact, like getting into a game for a random reason is real. However, in this case, he's an award-winning game like voice actor. So I'm like, oh, I understand. I get it now. I understand why everybody's so obsessed with him before I even play the game. You know how many people have pointed out my poster and said, I love that guy, never play the game. I am considering buying the poster, never played it though. Love him though. And I'm like, huh? That's how like dramatic this character is. Like you never played it and you still love this character? That's crazy to me. And I didn't even understand how deep it was until I played it like 3 times. 4th time. I've never played a game that much. So even though it's complicated, it's just the perfect level of complicated for my little ADHD brain. In fact, I kept seeing this happen. People were talking about it. They were like, I made a mistake. I bought Baldur's Gate 3. I have ADHD. This is the worst purchase I could have possibly made. I will not see you in 3 months. Bye, everyone. And I didn't realize, yeah, absolutely. If you have ADHD, this game is like a drug. It was really hard. I did develop a really hardcore addiction to that game. I luckily don't play it as much as no, but it was bad. It was like, but at the same time, I made a video about this. Again, I was really burnt out. Like all I did was draw and I started to lose my mind a little bit. Like all I did was draw for other people, never drew for myself. And yeah, Bielbs, you're right. Yeah, it is the red and blue one that's up here. I printed extra copies, but I put it away already. Otherwise I would have been like, it's right here. Yeah. I'll give him a small version, obviously. Can't give him a big version. That would be unreasonable. I feel like he probably already has like 1 million prints, right? He probably does. And I don't want to be like, mine's the best. Here you go, sir. It's genuinely like I would, as long as I don't lose composure, and I'm a very anxious person, so probably I will lose composure. My friends who have met him have said that they lost composure, which is really funny. Can you imagine? He just like pulls out a voice line. You just stood there shook. You're like, I don't know what to say to that, dude. What? In fact, one of my friends said that she's met him before, and she also got into Montreal Comic Con, so we're both going, and she's like, I'm gonna go say hi again. And I was like, that's so cool. I don't think I'll have another opportunity. I don't think we'll run into each other ever again. I think it's like, it's just one of those things. That's why I'm kind of like crazy about it. I'm like, dude, do you know how lucky I am? The most popular actual convention in Canada is Fan Expo Canada. It's just really difficult for me to get in. So I don't think I have a shot to get into Fan. But if somebody's watching this right now and wants to share with me, I'll buy you dinner. I'll cry. I will cry. If you did that for me, dude. I was legit tears streaming down my face. I'd be like, oh my god. The biggest convention. I don't know the American equivalent, but Canada, we don't have as big events in comparison. But that is an event that Americans will travel to Canada for. That should give you your reference. Other events, they won't travel for. Which is... I should tell you what that vibe is. I will absolutely get an autograph. I plan on giving him the big print to autograph. That one. That's the one I'm talking about. The autograph. There's a perfect space for it. And then I'll give him the small one. And I'll... provided I'm allowed to. Sometimes you're not allowed to. And I'll hopefully write a note. Because I know myself, dude. I'm not a composed person. I don't even know how to do compositions in my artwork, man. To be fair. Compose? Don't know. A sundae? Dude, I like sundaes. I can't, well, luckily, probably not made of actual ice cream. You know what? Frozen yogurt or ice cream? What do you prefer? Because I have learned that I cannot eat dairy. Not really. But thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate. I'm procrastinating on doing his hair. This whole time I've been yapping and I'm like, nah, this is because I don't want to do his hair. I have a whole other project to do. There's so many projects to do. We're gonna be here for a while. Turn on the fan. I'm boiling. Oh, you know, before I have my... I have been talking about Montreal Comic Con because it's my next event that's very big. However, I actually have another event this week. I have one on Wednesday. Canada Day! Did you know? Woohoo! Canada! Canada! Canada Day. I know. America has it July 4th, and we have July 1st. Oh, Canada! Yeah, exactly. So I'm hoping everybody is off from work, and then they come visit me, and then they buy stuff. Is this a plan? But anyway, that's beside the point. What I wanted to bring up was I looked at the weather. I looked at the weather last week and I was worried it was gonna rain. And I was like, that is a nightmare for an artist, you know? You're outside selling art and it rains? Shout out to my latest YouTube video. That did actually happen to me. And like half my stuff got soaked. You haven't watched it? Enjoy. Enjoy the ambient sounds of my soul leaving my body. Yeah, paper plus rain equal bad. No bueno, not a good time. However, I survived it, and I also gave some tips on what you should do, because don't do what I did. Don't do that. Also, I shout out some Canadian artists. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Watch my videos. Give me money. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Anyway, point is, I was worried it was gonna rain. I checked the weather. Instead, it's gonna be 33 degrees outside. I was like, sorry, 33 degrees Celsius? That's fine if you're gonna be out for like an hour. No, I'm gonna be out there for the entire day. How's a girl supposed to survive? She won't. So I'm gonna be super tan. Anybody who sees me on the French side of Canada, y'all, I'm gonna be so tanned. You're gonna be like, oh my goodness, who's this girl? I've never seen her before in my life. It's me, but like 3 shades darker. Actually, I was talking about this to my brother. People can't tell that I'm Japanese 99% of the time. I have to tell them. So usually I just say I'm Brazilian because it's too complicated. And I'm like, I'm not gonna have this whole conversation every time. Also, people start a whole conversation and sometimes I'm like, just because I'm Japanese doesn't mean, like, yeah, I do watch anime, but it's not all of us do. I don't want to put us in a box. Relax, chill. But the darker I get, when I get tanned, I'm like, yeah, absolutely nobody can tell. And then I'm out here looking like a poser. And I'm like, no, listen, I swear. I swear. I know all my branding is Japanese and I don't look like I fit it, but I swear. I swear. I'm real. I'm a real one. Oh my goodness. Well, obviously I talked to my brother, but I also talked to my other half friends, and I'm like, does this happen to you? What was interesting was on the Japanese FIFA team, there was the goalie is half black, half Japanese. Half Ghanaian? I don't know what the... Dude, I don't even know what it is for Ontario half the time. Ghanaian? From Ghana. The point. And I was like, I bet this guy gets the same question I do all the time. Hey, where you from? Whoa, really? That's so exotic. Except the opposite problem happens probably, where people can't tell that. Well, no, actually, it's the same problem. So in Japan, they have this thing where if you are mixed, a lot of the time they just assume that you're not Japanese. And so then if it was me, if I lived in Japan, this is part of the reason I'll never live in Japan, and part of the reason I probably, like, I only go to visit, really. They would, like, even if I spoke fluent Japanese, they would just proceed to not speak to me in Japanese. They would just switch to English anyway. They'd be like, this is a foreigner. So, there's no hope for me. I don't blend in. Stick out like a sore thumb. That's fine. It's fine. I am drawing this shirt correctly. Let's go. I was trying to figure out the direction of the thing. Anyway, I was thinking about this because Naomi Osaka as well for tennis. She showed up to the tennis match wearing... It was not pure kimono, but like it was kimono altered for like modern fashion, I think. That was really cool. And I was like, yo, mixed Japanese people are doing some cool stuff today. Let's go. Represent. Yes, I also refer to it like that. I just... Only in Portuguese, of course. Actually, something really cute happened today. Because of Japan-Brazil playing today, all the people brasileiros, or brasileiras, I guess, were posting their art. And somebody posted, I think because I mentioned it, somebody posted their art, and they said, oh, I'm people brasileira. And I went, you too? And then we followed each other. Look at that. It was really cute. And then we like each other's stuff. I'm like, I've also had it happen at a market. I've been drawing at the slowest speed, I'm so sorry. But yeah, I've had it happen at a market. Somebody came up to me and was like, oh, I got your Brazilian Miku because I'm Brazilian Japanese. And I went, me too. And then she went, you too? Wait, what do you mean too? And I went, yeah. Yeah. Of course. So yeah, even way out here in Canada, I'm running into people. In fact, one of my ex-coworkers was Japanese and Brazilian too. We run into each other. We find each other, man. We're everywhere. I am not alone. No, there's an army of us. We're everywhere. Yeah, definitely not alone. However, I do understand why a lot of us feel more comfortable with Brazil than in Japan. However, I think I told this story, and I still think about it. I was telling it to a friend recently, where I went to a Japanese restaurant, and when somebody's speaking Japanese to you, I think it'll happen no matter what language you speak. If you're speaking like your home language or whatever. So Japanese waiter speaking to me, I just respond in Japanese out of habit because I'm like, they're speaking Japanese to me. Well, with a Japanese accent, and we're talking about Japanese food, so I'm just like, hi? And then he goes, eh. Nihonjin desu ka? And we went, yeah, we are. And then I was left alone for like 5 minutes. He came back and was like, can I take this away in Japanese? And I went, he said it twice. And then I went, ah, I do this. Okay, yeah. Arigatou gozaimasu. And then the cashier came by, or the person to check us out. And I was like, I'm not letting her know. We're not doing money in Japanese. No. I can talk to the server in Japanese. Okay. I can be like, I want this. Thank you. Money? No. The only thing I used to say in Japan when I was dealing with money was kado de, which means by card? Kado, like card? De, buy? Kado de? And I went, okay. And then they just do the rest for me and I'd be like, sick, I'm fluent. I always see memes about this, and I think it's the funniest thing. Where like just random American guy goes to Japan, and he's like, "Can I get speaks all English?" And then at the very end, he turns around and he goes, "Wait, arigatou gozaimasu." And then he walks away, and there's like wind and sakura flying by, and he's just like, "Yeah, I'm fluent. I'm so good." That's truly what it feels like. Hey, if they understand you, that's literally all that matters. But I was absolutely like, what do I do? To be honest, I do think I know it. I refuse to use it because I'm scared. I think speaking another language is scary, so eventually you get over it. It's the same way you get over streaming. You just do it, but not used to it, man. Right. I was gonna like shade. I'm trying to figure out how to shade this, and I'm like, it's so dark that I'm like, do I even need to? Like, it's black. This part too. Ooh, what are we doing here? Yeah. I'm going to make this part shiny. By the way, I've been listening to Baldur's Gate soundtrack this entire time. If anybody was wondering, that's what's been happening. It's because I can't listen to music with lyrics. And I also don't want to listen to the same stream music all the time. I don't have time to look for some new soundtrack right now. But I'm gonna get there. When I get there, I'll get there. But there's a lot of things I need to get to. She is obsessed. A little bit. I do still think I can't track it because I think it's on PlayStation 4. I still think that I am trying to push it, actually. I'm trying to break it. Persona 5, I think, is the game that I played the most. I think I played 300 hours, but it might have been 280, to be honest. Like, because I didn't finish the second time. I think it was less than 100. And I also skipped the dialogue, so maybe it was less than 100. So Baldur's Gate is like this, and Persona 5 is like this, and I'm like, I need it to surpass. I need one of these games to just pass. Why? I don't know, a matter of pride at this point? I can't call it my favorite game if it hasn't surpassed Persona 5. Anyway. Persona 5 used to be one of my favorites. which is why there's fan art of 5. There's a lot. There's more coming. I haven't played it in a hot second. In fact, this might be... I don't know how I feel about this one. This is something that I've been dealing with here. So I've been doing fan art of Stardew Valley, right? And I've done quite a few of the characters. Like a lot of them, actually. I think I've done 6 and we have... There's gonna be 9. But there's still more characters. There's so many characters. And people keep requesting different characters. And at some point, I'm like, do I just stop? I'm not that big a fan of Stardew Valley. I'm a fan, yeah. Like, I play it. But it's one of those games that I play, and I put it down, and then I pick it back up, and then I put it down, because I get bored. Some games don't bore me. This game can bore me. And now I'm, like, in this predicament now, because everybody keeps requesting their... They'll come up, and they'll be like, "Ah, you don't have this character? Dang. Ah, shucks. I'll come back when you have it." And I'm like, will I ever have it? I've told them now that I'm working on 3 of them, but then they ask for the less popular characters, and I'm like, they're taking up a lot of space. Unless I sell them as a set. Then I'm like, no, that I can get behind. The problem is they take up so much space on a shelf that it's like all Stardew Valley at this point. And I'm like, I'm not even that big a fan of it. I have a policy where I don't make fan art unless I'm a fan. And I'm like, I'm a fan, but I'm not that big a fan, you know? Like, dang, my whole stock is all Stardew Valley? I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think I like that. And so now I'm like in this predicament. Do I keep drawing? Do I keep going? Or do I just let some people be disappointed and not continue because, dude, that's too many characters. I drew my favorites. I drew the favorites, statistically. I will draw like 3 more because they're apparently, I missed them. Do I have to draw all of them? The least popular characters? I don't know, man. Yeah. I also think I should probably... I was talking to my partner about this, and we were like, maybe we should do more... If I'm gonna do that anyway, I might as well do more Persona 5, because Persona 5 is more popular than Stardew Valley, actually. At least in my style. People are preferring it. So I'm like, but I don't want to do either, to be honest. I do want to finish the Persona 5 like main cast, but after that, I'm like, do I have to do more? Do I have to draw Maruki? Do I have to draw the doctor? Do I have to draw the teacher? That's getting too much. Do I have to draw Mona? I don't want to. There's too many. I want to draw the cat. I'm sorry, I don't. The cat's cute, but... Yes, you do have to pay for commissions. In fact, by definition, there's no such thing as a free commission. Yeah. I had to Google this. I was like, right? I think some artists offer it, but they're in fact calling it the wrong thing. It does not. The definition of doing something on commission is being paid commission. You are earning commission. Commission is the earned money. I'm making it abundantly clear because this is a question I get a lot. Okay. We're making the shoes shiny. I don't know if it's really getting shiny. Anyway, so I have the sketches for 3 different games right now. We have, or characters for 3 different games. So we're gonna have more merch. 3 games. We have 3 characters from Stardew Valley. I think after that, call it quits. I don't, if somebody requests it, I'll be like, I'm tired. It takes too much space. Commission me if you want it. We have Persona 5. It's just finishing the cast, so that it'll be together. I think it'll be like just like 6 characters, which is fair. I think it's even. Yeah. And then we have the Baldur's Gate cast. because I felt bad. I only have Astarion and Shadowheart, and I felt kind of bad. I was like, this kind of feels unfair. Also, somebody did come up to me and they said, "Aw, man, you don't have Karlach?" And I'm like, dude, I like Karlach. I just haven't drawn her yet. So I drew them all. In fact, I drew them all. I showed them on stream. And guess what? I went to a convention that didn't do well. So I've been to a lot. Please pity me. I've been to so many. I need them to stop. I need to go to a convention that goes well. Please. Please, I beg of you, please. You can't keep charging the artist money to be there and then have nobody buy from the artist. This is getting crazy. Anyway, that's beside the point. I had time. A lot of time. I'm telling you. It was like 3 hours. Nobody talking to me. Well, nobody talking to me except for the other artists who also had nothing to do. And so then I actually did get to do basically the full line art for Karlach, Lae'zel, Gale, and... Is that it? I feel like I'm missing somebody. Will. My brain was like Gale and Will. They both have L. Yeah, I do think artists in general are having a hard time in the convention space. But I'm getting to a point, I think other artists around me know this, I'm getting to the point where I'm mad about it. I'm not just like, oh man, shucks, we lost some money. I'm getting to a point of like, why are we losing money? Like never blaming people who are buying from me or customers, or not blaming the people who actually attend these events. It's not their fault. I'm getting mad at the organizers. I'm like, why are you charging us so much money and you are not taking care of the people who are attending, whether it's the attendees, like the guests, or the artists who are selling there? What are we paying you for? It's a pretty penny. I'm giving you a lot of money. Artists don't make a lot of money. Do you think we make a lot of money? All the artists in the chat right now going, So now I'm starting to get a little bit, and I think they know because I leave them reviews. I mean, at this point, I think most artists are kind of the mentality of like they don't want to get blacklisted. They want to be able to come back to an event. But I'm like, I will actually tell them, like I will leave a review and say like, no, what is this? That's kind of ridiculous. It's not fair. You shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, I do think for the most part, most of these events that this problem happens at is they just don't market. But the thing is, we pay them so much money. It's like, where's the money going? The money should go to the marketing. Where is it? And they'll say something like, no, we did ample marketing. We went to other conventions and we marketed, or we posted on social media and we did this and that. I'm like, well, you need to figure out a better marketing strategy because I've been to events that are free. I didn't pay, or if I did pay, like, okay, listen, the attendees didn't pay. It's free to the public. If the artist paid, it's less than $100. And it's like guaranteed that we can make it back because it's free to the public. We can make it back. So how are those events doing so well with their marketing and everybody showing up? But somehow I pay you way over $100 and you can't market. You can't even put a sign that the event is happening in front of the building? That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Where's the money going? And so then I let them know. I told them. I said, no, I'm not coming back. What the heck is this? I'm so mad, actually. What is that? It's also not just like $100 from one artist. It's like, what, I don't know, 20 artists? And then it's not just artists. They have exhibitors with like huge tents and not tents, but like huge table setups. 10 feet of space. $1,000. We are not in Toronto for the most part. Most of these events that are happening, they're not in Toronto because Toronto rent is very high and I understand that. If it's in Toronto, then I'm like, I understand that the cost is high because it costs a lot to be there. But we're not in Toronto. And so where is the money going? Where is it going? Where is it going? Starts crying. I don't understand where my money is going. That's what makes me mad. Hello, how are you over there on YouTube? I'm ranting about the unfortunate costs of doing artist events. Bad artist events specifically. Good artist events, I will happily pay over $100, $300, $400. It makes sense. 500? 600. Okay, I'm there, man. You know? I can stay hydrated, thank you. Water is very hot in here. I need to get a new water bottle. Listen, this one makes silly nonsense. I think it's risky for sure. I'm starting to learn more about how to do it like safer, and like this month or this year, this whole year, my plan, listen to my plan, come close beans, I'll tell you. My whole plan is to do all of them. I'll just go anywhere. And if it's bad, it's bad, but I'm not coming back, you know, that kind of thing. Like I'm testing it. If it's good, and I'm coming back. Great. So, of course, there's some research to be done as well. Like if I ask all the artists around me and I'm like, I've never heard of this before in my life, what do you think? I'm not gonna give them the money because I'm gonna be like, the other artists, I trust the other artists more than I trust the event. You know, I trust their judgment. The artists are smart, they help each other. They're like, don't do it. In fact, when I had my last event that was very bad, and I was very mad, I reached out to a few of my artists who went to, so what happened was, there were like 3 or 4 events happening at the same time in Ontario. Ontario is very big, so, but if you're willing to drive 3 hours, 4 hours from like spot to spot, whatever, there's multiple conventions happening at the same time. So I had quite a few friends like 3 hours away at another event, and then I'm over here. If 3 hours away, I think if you're thinking in American terms, imagine almost like, probably it's a different state if you're in America. It's quite far. Ontario's very big. It's like the size of Texas. Big. But they're very far away. And we're texting each other. We're like, how is it over there? Is it expensive there? Are people walking by? Whatever. So then I warned all of them after the event to be like, don't go there. Don't come to this event. You picked the right event. Go to that one. We messed up. We're not coming back. Ooh, you know, it was rough. Hi, Spooky, how are you? How is you? Are you currently making art, or did you just find the art? Sometimes when people find me, they're currently making art, and sometimes they're just on their joyous, momentous journey. Hey, I'm gonna stop talking. What is she talking about? All right, y'all, I've procrastinated long enough. I think I need to do his hair. However, he's got shiny shoes now. I'm not doing too bad. I am sweating in buckets. It's hot here. I don't know how hot it is, but it's hot. Actually, how hot is it? Would you like to know? I don't know how hot it is inside. I know how hot it is outside. But if you want a reference, 20 degrees. Not that hot. High of 32 though. Heat warning though. There's a heat warning. Cool. Opposite of cool, actually. It's hot. Boiling. It's fine. I like hot. Brazilian pride, man. I can survive summer heat, surely. Actually, we have been joking about this. We're like, so FIFA's happening in North America, but they're having so many different, like there's having more hydration breaks than usual. And we were like, well, it's because of the summer heat or what, right? And then it's like, but like they used to play in South America in crazy conditions. So suddenly now they care about the players? What happened? I am being a little bit pessimistic, and I'm like, I think it's an excuse to give us more ads. That's my thinking. I don't think they actually care about the players all that much. Dance, monkey dance. Play. But it would be really nice if they actually cared. It is very hot. If they're playing in this kind of weather, oof. I've also been procrastinating though, because like I've been procrastinating on drawing this character's hair specifically, actually. I feel like when it's like really hot, or hot and humid, you can almost expect that it's going to thunderstorm for the most part, which makes me a little bit concerned because I have an outdoor event on Wednesday. It's very hot right now, so I'm like, I kind of don't want to be outside in a thunderstorm. Would be cool. Would be nice. I don't know. My last outdoor event that I did, not the one that's linked on the YouTube video. I did do another outdoor event after that. There was a storm. We were outside. The wind was so crazy. There was a tent. The weather was so crazy, and I was by myself for my very first time selling by myself, like completely. For most of my vlogs, I'm by myself, but like, I don't set up by myself. I have help to set up and to drive. That event I completely did by myself, and it was supposed to be 3 days by myself. And to be fair, I had other artists share the tent, so it was not that bad. But the tent itself, because it was so windy, me and another artist, we were like literally selling with one hand occupied because we were holding the tent in place because the wind was so strong. We started going like this. We were like, oh, no, thanks. When I went home the next day, my arm was so sore. We didn't actually make it to 3 days because the weather was so bad. It actually did have a thunderstorm the next day. So like, woo, it was crazy. Yeah, the storms everywhere. But I feel like in Brazil, cold is like, it's not that bad. São Paulo gets really cold though. It feels like the tile floors are freezing. The wind was really rough though. We had to, so in my vlog, you can see that I taped like the exact setup. You can see that I taped down all my stickers. And then for this event, I used rubber bands, which worked for the most part, and it is currently my setup now, which works indoors. And if it's a light wind, it works. The wind got so bad, I taped the stickers down. If I had taken anything off for like 5 seconds, like if I put like a sheet of paper on the table, a print, maybe, because I sell prints, it would fly away in like 30 seconds. So like, as I was packing up, I had to like take things down and also like hold things. I was like, how am I? It was crazy. Y'all, artists will do anything. I stand by that really strongly. Artists will do anything. I have learned in doing conventions that we really are like crazy. We're like, oh, sorry, you want 6 people in one hotel room? All of us sit on the floor? Why not? Sleeping under a convention table? Why not? Driving 7 hours to another event? I'm there! That's me. That one's me. I don't share hotel rooms yet, but I'm getting there. I sure am getting there. Hotel costs are crazy. On top of making art, yeah. Thank you. They definitely are. I don't know. I like some of them. Some of my stuff. Some of us are drawing on the go too. That one was the funniest one that I've seen of an artist being like real productive and just really love drawing is they were in labor. Yeah, that's right. They were giving birth. Yeah. They were drawing in the hospital. They were like, well, it's gonna take a second. And I was like, am I gonna be like one of those people? Yeah. And then I think afterwards they made a joke. They were like, look, I made 2 masterpieces. Look, here's my new artwork. The baby. I thought that was so funny. And I was like, dude, artists are crazy. Oh, but also this artist that I'm talking about, I kind of use them as a reference, like if an event might be good or not. I have been to a bad event where the same artist that I'm talking about was at. They're pretty prolific, I feel like. They're pretty popular. And then I learned that they were at the opposite event that I didn't go to. So, you know, the two events happening in the same weekend. They went to the better event and I went to the worst one. And I went, before I even knew, I knew that artist was there. And I was like, dang, they went there. We messed up. We picked the wrong event. I already know we messed up. If they're over there, man. Turns out I was right, yeah. It's fine, everyone. We had a great time. I made some friends, actually. Always. Even if an event is bad, I always make a friend, so it's good. Now you know. Now I know, but now you also will know. Kind of, not really. I'm not giving them any information. I'm not giving them any, what's the word? Clout? Not really clout. But you know. I actually do. I'm not a very techie person, but I have help. And yeah, we've made a spreadsheet. Yeah, we're on top of this. We're like very, very much. We're really thinking about it. We're like, this one, it's okay if we don't go back. This one, we'll go back if we're desperate. That's the level of thinking we have now. There was this really cute C tier. Yeah, I don't think we did it by S tier, like that kind of ranking. I think we just did it by number, but it is tiered actually. It is tiered. A tier, B tier, C tier. That would be the explanation. This one, F. And actually, there was an event that happened this weekend. I didn't go because I went to it last year, and apparently it was really bad. Like I was like, we dodged a bullet. Ooh. Wasn't bad. Hi Miwa, how are you? I'm talking about my fun convention experiences so far. Some of them have been really fun though. I have actually never been to a really big popular Canadian event. Some that are ones to look for are Otakuthon, which is in Montreal, Fan Expo Canada, which is in Toronto, obviously, Anime North, and I'm blanking right now. Montreal Comic Con apparently is up there. Anybody know Troy Baker, by the way? We were talking about Joel earlier. Also, he's also coming to Montreal Comic Con, which should give you the vibe that it's a pretty big event. So it'll be the biggest event that I've ever been to, which is sick. I'm like, I have no data. I don't know which one. I have no information on how well I would do at a big event because I've never let in because it's too difficult to get in. I don't think my art is bad. I don't think the jury is like rejecting me because my stuff is bad. It's just that there's too many of us. There's too many artists and we are all trying to get the same spots. So you just need to make friends. Ooh, that's sick. Also, hi Pineapple. I'm drawing these two at the slowest pace known to man. I think because I knew I was gonna make this stream long. Oh, it's so slow. I'm so slow. Procrastinating, maybe. I don't know. Nolan North. The name is so familiar, which means I know it. I just blanking. Oh, Nolan North. Oh, yeah, that's why I know. I know his face. Yeah. There you go. I saw him in the movie. Was it the Uncharted movie? It was, right? Yeah. So I recognize his face, which means there we go. I pretty much don't people because of these events. I've run into popular voice actors, and I've never I'm like, oh, I didn't know you were the voice actor for this. I've even had some voice actors come to my booth, some famous people, whatever. But the problem is, I'm like not of that fandom, so I don't know how big a deal that is, and so then I'm always chill. I've never been unchill because there's no reason for me to be unchill because I'm like, I don't know who you are. Now is my turn to be unchill. I'll get there. Don't you worry. I'll be unchill and it'll be fine. Some people are unchill about meeting me, which is wild to me. If you ever meet me, you can be unchill. I won't judge you. I will take it as a highest compliment and I will probably give you space because I get it. There was an artist who came up to me one time and they were like, oh my god, your stuff is so sick. What? That kind of energy. And I was just sat there going like, you're so nice. Thank you. I don't know what to do. But yeah, Sick Harvest Magna. I played the Uncharted games. It's been a while. Aww. Greatness from small beginnings. Cute. I should probably know some Latin. My tattoo is in Latin. I probably should know some more Latin, but I don't. I feel like if you know Portuguese and Spanish, though, you know a little Latin. And maybe it'll help you sometimes. Actually, I went to an Italian restaurant recently, and I pointed out some words, and I was like, I know what that one means, because it's almost the same in Portuguese. I don't remember what the word was, but... or I just know, I know to like break down the root of a word, because it's the same rules. Like, initiate, and then so then you see the word ini, and then you go, oh, so beginning? Ah, it works. That is so sweet. Actually, that's a really sweet quote. I feel like I have quotes that stick with me, but then I guess they don't stick with me because I don't remember them very well. However, I guess I have performances that stick with me. Thank you, Neil. That's, I don't know. Mael also. I would have loved if they were at the same event. Jennifer English. I have never really been a hardcore fangirl of anything, really. Who am I going to fangirl over? Link? Hup, yeah? Like, yeah, you know? What up? Oh my god, it's you. You're the guy who says hup, yeah on my computer. My Switch, I don't know. But yeah, Italian's hard. Or Maggio, man. Why are there so many? It feels like they're adding, like, of all the Romance languages. It's a Romance language, right? Right? They add so many consonants. Like, fromage is like 1 G. Formaggio is like, why do we have so many G's? And also, actually, I'm gonna look up the spelling of formaggio. I don't even remember. I just remember it's ridiculous. Yeah, 2 G's. It's just the fact that there's 2 G's. But honestly, you could say that about British English. Why do we have 2 L's and cancelled? I don't know. I don't know why. Why in jewelry? Also, why is there an R in February? And library. Half the people I know don't say library, they say library. So like dude, cappuccino. Espresso. Also, this is so important, everybody. I need you to hear this right now. It's espresso. It's not espresso, it's espresso. I'm sorry to be that person, but I worked in a cafe and I swear if I hear it wrong, I'm not. Everyone. It's S. there's a lot of like things like that we are all mispronouncing, so it's fine. That's fair. You will never get it wrong. There's a lot of words where I'm like surprised that people pronounce wrong, but I really cannot judge because there's some things that I pronounce incredibly wrong. I'm also realizing that I pronounce a lot of things in British English, so I'm just like, I don't know anymore. I have no idea. That's why I'm always confused. You'll see me do it all the time on stream where I go vase, vase, aunt, ant, data, root, route. I don't know which one to use because I use both. I like in the moment I'll just like use the word, and then the next time I'm like conscious of it, I'm like, I don't remember which one I used, dude. Ooh. Stresses me out for no reason. People understand what I'm saying anyway, but I'm like, it's inconsistent. The one thing that is consistent though is I say Z and not Z. So if I spell Azuki, A-Z-U-K-I. Yeah, exposed. She's Canadian. That's how you know. It's true. It is true. In fact, I would say it's like the biggest part. You gotta make the mistakes. However, I will continuously always make the mistake. I just never learn. I just never update the data. the data in my mind. Which one is it? Shh. I don't know. That's fair. I just like consistency. I'm like, if I'm gonna pick speaking one way, let's use it consistently. Like the rule should be the same, you know? But then I'm like, the rule is not the same. I think it's a thing from academic. Like if you're going to write in US English, the whole essay has to be US English. You cannot switch from UK to US. It has to be one, right? So that probably is why I'm like, wait. Which one? However, I have a lot of friends who work with Americans, so then they speak both. They speak different. Hi, Lauren. How are you? Talking about the difference between British English and American English. It's a common subject, apparently. Because Canada. Oh, Canada. Anyway. Perfectionism, you know? Sometimes a good thing, sometimes a bad thing. Does he look 52? Ooh, I don't know. I feel like he still looks kind of young. Kind of, to me, he looks like he's 40? We do sound, well, we sound different sometimes, but if you put me next to a New Yorker, maybe we'll kind of sound the same. Unless they're like, you know, they've got a specific accent. Some of them do, some of them don't. Like, New York, the city, is a little bit different from New York, the state, right? I have met some people and we just sound the same, so I don't know. I am drawing, sorry, I was reading the chat, I'm like, where am I? There was a question, where is the question? I'm drawing two characters, Dominic and Mia, from R.D. Baker's book. But, I don't know the name of the book. I don't know if it's been released yet. However, for now, for convenience, we're just saying commission for R.D. Baker. If you want to see the finished piece afterwards, you're just gonna have to find it from R.D. Baker, because I'm not gonna post it. Or you can just keep watching and I'll finish it right here. We're getting there. We're getting there. I don't think you need to be embarrassed when I think if you're using British English, I'm just like, oof, cultured. You're not from around here, are you? I had a friend, we haven't talked to each other, it's like high school. But she's Indian, so she has British English because obviously her family had British English. But then people would be confused. They'd be like, I can't tell, are you Canadian? Are you... Ah, see? Exactly. I thought it was so cute. I always thought her accent was so cute. Sometimes it would slip. She would say like tomato or... I can't remember. I think actually she might... Okay, the story is that somebody overheard her and couldn't tell if she was British or Canadian and could only tell based on the way that she pronounced tomato, I think. Or maybe it was tomato. Did I say tomato? I don't know how to say tomato either. Dang. Tomato, tomato, potato, potato. I don't know. However, rest assured, I always thought it was super cute. And in Canada, if you're speaking English, so long as I understand what you're saying, sometimes people are speaking to me with British English and I'm just standing there going, sorry, sir, what? Quoi? But then sometimes you're from Quebec and I'm also going, sorry, sir, what? C'est quoi? It's fun playing exotic. I used to get that all the time. Oh my god, you're so exotic! Meanwhile, there's like a huge population of us that look the exact same. Actually, sir, you're just not cultured. I see. You just don't drink authentic chai. Goodness. I probably also don't drink authentic chai, but at least I'm not calling it chai tea. Non-bread. Anyway, Indian food? Great. That's my point. Indian food's great. When somebody says something, when they say like, you hate chai lattes? I'm so sorry that I enjoy chai lattes. But I understand. I get it. I do get it. Like if that's like an affront to, I'm sure the genuine thing is better. Genuine chai is better. I understand. It's like pumpkin spice latte. I don't understand. We like processed sugar. It's like Americans, we're just we're just unhealthy and I don't know. I'm lumping Canadians in because we have the same eating habits, kind of, for the most part. But in fact, you know, recently I learned that butter chicken wasn't really a big thing. It's like a British thing. Like it became a thing because of I suppose Indian community in Britain, and then it's the same as the Americano. The reason it's called an Americano is because Americans didn't like the how strong it was, so they watered it down. It's interesting to think of, like, whatever culture you're from, it's like your taste, the perception is different. Like I grew up with no spice. Brazilian food doesn't really have spice, and Japanese food doesn't really have that much spice. Not for the most part. I don't know, their curry, Japanese curry, it can be spicy, and I'm very confused by that, to be honest. I'm like, what? How did y'all develop a taste for spice? Did y'all just like start increasing the spice gradually? Why is this the only spicy thing in this country? Anyway, that's beside the point. I do like Japanese curry, like Indian curry, whatever. Curry is curry. Thai curry though? I see my life flash before my eyes. I'm like, oh my god, my soul is leaving my body. Why is this so spicy? I asked for the least amount of spice. I have no spice tolerance because my culture growing up, I didn't eat spice. So now when I eat spice, I'm like, this is so good, but I'm dying. Yeah. Anyway, I feel like our tastes are just like completely different. Oh, do we add raw mushroom to every? We do kind of add a lot of raw mushroom to things. One thing that I really don't like is enoki mushroom. Oh, I am with you on that. I don't like enoki mushroom. I don't like the texture. It's like spaghetti. You know the mushroom I'm talking about is like it's like this one. It's like this. Okay, we gotta pick a different color. This is weird. Alright, mushroom color, whatever. Okay. This kind of color. That kind of mushroom, this kind of mushroom. It's like almost like spaghetti. And I don't like this texture. Also, seaweed salad. Hate that. See, there are some things where I'm like, where did this come from? I've never had this in Japan. What is this? It's disgusting. If you like it, it's fine. Hey, I don't care. If you like food, you like food. Chill. It's the texture for me though. Those two have very similar texture. Yeah, enoki. Enoki. They're like small, tiny white mushrooms. Which is why I was like, I don't know what colors to use because they're white, but dude, I don't like them. That's for sure. What other textures do I not like? Lately? This is gonna sound like a crime to my peoples. I can't eat sushi. It happens a lot. I don't know what, like out of nowhere, I'll just have a bad sushi piece. And then, that's not like cut properly. There's a bone, there's something, just something happens. And then I feel sick, like I get nauseous because I'm like, that's not supposed to be eaten. I think I have a really strong, like my body is just like, hey, don't eat that. It happens a lot with sushi. And so then, yeah, right now I'm on a sushi ban, but don't worry, meet me in a month and I'll be able to eat sushi again. The worst is when it happened in Japan, in front of a chef. I had to slyly look at my partner and go, I am gonna get sick. Can you eat the rest of this sushi? They also put a lot of wasabi for some reason. And I was like, I don't know if it's because I'm a foreigner. I have heard this, that they put a lot of food because they think foreigners like wasabi, but it was a lot of wasabi. Like my nose was hurting. I was like, maybe it was just their taste, but it was too much for me. But I also missed Canadian sizing in Japan. They eat like a lot less. I do think their portions are probably healthier, maybe. But like I did miss it. It is a lot less. I think American portions are bigger than Canada still. Some places it's even bigger. I remember when I was a kid, I went to Buffalo and then we ordered something. And then we were like, this is so much food. What are we gonna do? We can't bring it with us. This is too much. I don't know. American portions are really big though. Like I can't possibly finish. But the thing where I missed it the most though is coffee. So I like to drink big coffees, at least like medium, like 16-ounce coffee, right? 16-ounce coffee is large in Japan. I think maybe 12-ounce might be medium, and it might like, or maybe small. I don't really remember. But like the tiny little fancy cafe places that give you like a small, it's like surprising. I do, yeah, I can imagine. I think it's more like the big cities that you would go to, tourist places, right? We'll be able to identify like this is quite different. Because I'm assuming that if you're going to America, aside from if you're going for work, you're probably going to bigger cities. Probably. For example, me. Only having been to New York, San Francisco, some other places that I don't... Delaware? For what, though? I don't know why. It was a time in my life I was over there. I don't know. I definitely don't think that the time that I went, it was fast food portions specifically. I think at regular restaurants, I have been to a regular restaurant, of course, in America. Normal. Just like, yeah, what you would expect. But fast food portions specifically is what I notice as like, this is a lot. It's cheap food for a lot. But that is interesting. Yeah, give me more food, please, for less. It's a lot. Provided I have a hotel fridge, I'll do it. I'll take it. I think I'm supposed to give him more of a beard, actually. I think I gave him kind of like more stubbly. I think I'm supposed to give him a little bit more. Let me double check. See, some artists gave him more. No, he definitely has more of a beard. Okay. Yeah, Japan has different, I think, standards. If you ever go to Japan, go to a supermarket. Try it. Different. Also, probably cheaper. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, when I went to the UK, so I went to UK, like I went to London, Paris, and Barcelona. Well, no. A city near Barcelona, but not Barcelona. I visited Barcelona, but not. My favorite breakfast? It's tied, actually. But marginally favorite breakfast was actually London's. So UK is not all bad, for sure. I think everywhere has good food. Everywhere has somebody who can cook well. There's some hidden charm everywhere. It might not be to your taste, however, there's something everywhere. For example, we have poutine. Might not be to your taste. Maybe if you like healthy food, however. I actually don't like Montreal's poutine. I don't like authentic poutine. It's too heavy for me. I like cheap poutine though. So we're establishing that Azuki likes really cheap food that's not actually good. And it's probably Americanized. Even my favorite Japanese foods tend to be Americanized. Hey! Doesn't mean I don't like the traditional foods too. I can like both. Actually, traditional Japanese food, some of that food, I'm gonna be so real. Dude, I hate it. Osechi is so bad. Oh, mate, you don't like beans on toast. I tried the beans. I didn't like those. English breakfast though. Full English breakfast? Good. Fish and chips was a little too heavy for me. I did have a good time though. I liked it. It was a bit too heavy for me. I can't, I'm too old now. I can't eat grease. Grease? Corn on their pizza with very little sauce. Listen, have you seen Korean pizza? They have sweet potato pizza. I've heard it's pretty good. Hey, everywhere is doing pizza different. And in Brazil, we eat it with a fork and knife and they will stare at you weird if you try and eat it with your hands. I've learned. Don't do that mistake. If you're planning on visiting Brazil, don't do that. I mean, sure, whatever. Let people stare at you. They're just gonna be like, okay, you weird foreigner. Do whatever you want. I don't know. I'm Canadian. I see a foreigner do something weird and I'm just kind of like, whatever, man. Everyone's a foreigner. Who cares? Alright. Maybe I'm weird, actually, because I don't know. I'm not cultured. I don't know what the heck's happening over here. For the most part, I don't actually see anything weird, but to somebody it's probably weird. I don't know. Get with the times, people. No! I want them to accept me. I am one of them. It's my family. I would have a rough time. They're already looking at me a little bit weird. Oh, that's cute though. How to eat a burger. Pulling power moves. I don't think I have the intimidation skills. It's alright. It's alright. Like this? Wait, what was it like this? Okay. Gonna do a blend of the two. Okay, out of respect if I pull it. I won't. In fact, you know, can I tell you this? When I'm at home and I order like Pizza Hut or something. Pizza. Canadian pizza. Actually, we wouldn't order pizza. Unfortunately, pizza is like a pretty low... I'm so sorry, Canadians, but it's a low-tier pizza. I like it because I grew up with it, but we all accept that it's not the greatest pizza. A lot of people will not pick pizza. I'll pick pizza. Anyway, I'll eat it with a fork and knife. I don't like getting my hands dirty. No, okay, no, I'll eat it with my hands, but upon reheating it in a microwave, I will eat it with a fork and knife because I'm like, it's hot and greasy and... I don't know if I like that story. All right. I haven't pulled any power moves. I simply am approachable and it worked out okay. I actually was telling this to somebody I ran into. There was a kid, and then the dad was saying like, "Are you using your cuteness to get free stuff?" And I was like, "That never gets old. Use it forever." And then I was like, "Actually, I'm not saying that I use my cuteness, because I'm a grown adult. However, being approachable and and kind can get you pretty far." And there was this one time, I'm gonna admit this, I kind of hit somebody's car. I think my bumper hit their wheel or something, or reverse. Regardless, there was no damage to the car. Point is, the cars made contact, okay? And then this guy, he thought I was like reversing to leave. He thought I was trying to run away. But actually, I was just like, I can't park here. It's too tight. I'm gonna move. Because I'm not good at parking. This was a while ago. In Toronto, mind you. And then the guy was like really angry at me. And I was like, no, I swear. And he was like, okay, don't worry about it, girl. Have a nice day. And I was like, it works forever. Act cute, it works forever. I was not acting, I was fully about to cry. But I often think I don't have charisma, but like also I'm like, maybe I do. I look at that chart all the time going like, if I was to actually make a character, I do think I have more charisma, but like maybe some intelligence. It's either intelligence or wisdom that's it's not there. Like, I am pulling a Shadow Heart, can't hit Firebolt. Like, there's something missing. I don't know. Or maybe I have a debuff. See, ADHD is a debuff. There's some, like, permanent curse where, like, maybe you have the stats, however, you have, like a debuff, which means you can't access it. In certain situations, I may be smart, but I can't access that I'm smart. My friends are really nice. They're also like the elves, and they'll be like, no, you are smart. And I'm like, trust me. There are some moments where I'm like, I might have the knowledge. However, do I have access to it at all times? No. I do not. I have learned, though, I have maybe some charisma, which makes me get past stats. However, I don't have, what is it, negotiation skills? I don't know, whatever stat that is, but negotiation? Ooh, I don't got that. Intimidation skills? I don't have that. Definitely don't. Nope. Look at me, how am I gonna scare you? Boo! Hopefully I didn't scare Nato Latte. Please get some rest. Thank you for drawing with me, even though I feel like I wasn't really drawing very much. To be fair, I actually drew a lot. Can't show you. I can show you a screenshot, I think. And then you can actually see how much I did. I actually did do a lot. I still have more to do. I'm just procrastinating because that's who I am. Don't judge me. You can't judge me. Alright, I have the thing. I have the goods. How do I do this? Can I just copy and paste this? Will it work? Heck yeah, let's go. Woohoo! No, I'm terrible at confrontation. That's the type of thing that I'm talking about. I don't know if it's intimidation or what, but that. I don't have that. Okay, yeah, this is where we started. I know, I've been yapping a lot, but so far, it's been 6 hours exactly. So, like, you know, for 2 characters, it's not actually that bad. Anyway, I'm gonna do highlights and stuff now. We gotta stop. We gotta stop being inconsistent. Not inconsistent, unproductive. Whatever. Whatever. You get what I'm saying, right? Everyone nod in unison. Yes. Yeah. Azuki is smart and all-powerful, and she never makes any mistakes. She, in fact, intentionally hit that guy's car many years ago. I'm sorry, sir. I did it. It was completely an accident. And actually, we made sure there was no damage. We're all good. We're fine. It was Toronto, okay? Toronto, the parking space is the... Okay, anyway. No, that's something I do in video games. That's what I reserve for video games. When somebody insults me in a video game, I'm like, you have to die now. I'm like, oh yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. They walk off. Send a Starian. Nah. See, that's why we play him. Useful guy. Oh, at some point they got merged. Well, for the best. I'm not good with confrontation. I'm actually terrible at it. However, I will say, I overheard a conversation next to me about another artist. So you know how I was really heated earlier talking about really bad conventions? Somebody else also had a really heated conversation about it. However, the way that dude, we had nothing to do at this event. I was eavesdropping because there was nothing else to listen to. What was I gonna do? So I'm here, but also I want to know which event this is so I know not to go there. And I'm overhearing it, and this guy is like, yeah, this guy wanted to fight me, and I was mad at him, and like, I was like, you want to kick me out of the event? Blah, 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 something like that. And I was sitting there going, bro, de-escalation skills, do you have them? You need them. taking it from a level here in a professional situation. You cannot escalate. I know you want to escalate. I understand. I also sometimes want to escalate. And I'm like, you want to see crazy? Okay. Okay. Sometimes we have that in us. This is human. I get it. Sometimes somebody makes you really mad. In a professional standard, you need to bury that down. Can't do that. You can't be committing crimes as an artist. Stop. So I'm just sitting there going like, whoa. And in my mind, I thought, dude, this is the one thing I have been trained from customer service. I used to work at a cafe during COVID in Toronto, which is a big city, right? As a supervisor. So anytime anybody was angry, right? Who do they go to? The short girl over here with a soft voice. Not really soft, but I was pretty nice. Going, hey, I'll handle your problem. You can yell at me instead. I'll take it. De-escalation? Yeah, I can do that. Charisma rolls. Basically, what I'm saying is, I'm not going to be caught in a bar fight anytime soon. However, somebody's going to attempt to do a bar fight with me somehow, for some reason, even though I don't go to bars. Somebody's going to try it. And I'm going to somehow successfully be like, no, but you look so cute today. Why would you try that? No, you're too nice to be pulling that. Are you okay, sir? Do you need me to call somebody for you? Then I'm going to look around and walk away and go, what? What was that? That is why me and my friends are always texting each other to go, can I say something? I couldn't tell this person because I have to be a professional. Can I tell you? Can I tell you what I wanted to say though? Because if I don't, I will lose my mind. Yeah. It's good. It's a good skill to have, de-escalation. However, some people are living on the wild side and can somehow survive not de-escalating, which scares me. Not for me, for you. I won't be around. I will run. I'll be out of there. I'm that type of gamer, bro. Oh, what do you mean? There's gonna be a huge battle? I'm going to leave the situation. Yeah. Perhaps. I think in a business setting though, yeah, that's not it. No. We're not, there's no, everything is like being recorded and you only have things to lose. Because if you look bad, and you escalate it, and you're representing your business. Sometimes, if it's self-defense, it's different. That's a little bit different. Like if that, no, in that case, somebody else has escalated already, so there's no point. But that's different, very different. However, if it's like an argument, it's like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? People be silly out here. The only type of escalation I need is to be on an escalator and just... However, I will say, I think it is healthier to use the stairs if you can. So, I really don't like slow walkers. If you're a slow walker, this is not a personal attack. However, I can't stand behind you. I will, in fact, go around you, and I will take the stairs. Even if I have a suitcase. I'm like, no, I can't do this. We're in the airport, I'm like, no, I can't do this. We need to be moving. This is big. Interesting. I at least here, would like to not condone violence, so I can't say much. We can joke about it. However, no. Violencia, we're... especially with the art, we're having a peaceful time. Don't escalate in the actually, that's probably the worst place to do it. How are you gonna escape, man? Jump off the escalator. Escape the escalator. Oh my goodness, this reminds me of the time where somebody actually gave me an elevator pitch in the elevator. And I was just thinking, I need to escape. How do I escape? I'm stuck in an elevator. No, I'm stuck listening to this guy's elevator pitch. And then I came home and then I looked at my partner and I was like, bro, somebody just tried to sell me something in the elevator. He gave me his business card and everything. I wanted to get out of there, but I couldn't. How am I supposed to? What am I supposed to do? Hey, listen to me. People, if you have an elevator pitch, don't do it to people in the elevator. Don't do that. You suck if you do that. Please remember Azuki in your sales tactics. She don't like it. She's scared. She's trapped with you. I think this is I think a lot of my personality would read as like very stereotypically Brazilian, very outgoing. You know, we like to talk to people. At least this is how I grew up. However, the one thing that I'd say was from Japanese culture that I've got is don't talk to people. Like, kind of. See, I like talking to people. See, it's very contradictory. However, if I don't know you and we're stuck and two of us are alone, don't talk to me. Don't touch me. Don't look at me. Your corner is over there. My corner is over here. Unless we have a compliment and a reason to be talking to each other, why are we talking to each other? Don't sell me anything. Also, don't touch me. Whenever somebody touches me, I'm like, why are we touching? Why are we touching? We just came out of a pandemic. We didn't just come out of a pandemic, but my mind is always there going like, dude, I like that time. We didn't touch people. Somebody touched me the other day. Actually, Capsule asked when's the next con. The next con is Wednesday, but it's not a con, it's a market, it's Wednesday. So, tomorrow? Because it's Tuesday? But yeah, I was stuck, also again, in an elevator. Somebody tapped my arm or something, and I was like, there's 3 of us in here. You could have got my attention not touching me. Why do we need to be touching? Stop it. I don't like the touching. Anyway. I feel strongly. I feel very strongly that we should just not touch people. However, this is a common thing. It's a common cultural difference, I think. Because some people, when passing, they'll like tap your shoulder and like, you know. Only time I like tap somebody's shoulder is like they're wearing headphones and I need to get by them and they like, you know, they really can't hear me. But otherwise, I'm like this, walking by them. I'm like, do not touch me, please, please, please. I beg. Why do we need? Anyway, this is very dramatic. I don't like the people touching me. Interesting. I feel like in that kind of situation, it's like, yeah, I mean, you stand up for yourself. Luckily, I never really have any reasons to escalate. I feel like I'm a very safety conscious person where I'm like, I'm not. Nope. Nope. However, on behalf of somebody else, I think I would. For example, happy Pride, everyone. In those situations, if somebody was being mean to a friend of the alphabet community, oh, don't mess with me, I guess. In those situations, of course, naturally. But this is self-defense then, so it's fine. It falls into that category, it's fine. But all you need to know from that is you're very welcome here, and if somebody is mean to you in my chat, be gone! Not allowed here. Also, Pride just happened, the parade in Toronto. I didn't get to go this year. Also, FIFA and Pride happening at the same time. Traffic must have been abhorrent. No. However, it looked cute. It looked fun. People got free stuff. Some artists do Pride events. I think there's a Pride market, actually, in Toronto. I didn't apply, one, because, like, it's like a one-day event or something, and it's in Toronto, and I was like, traffic. Ew. And then two, I'm straight passing, and I'm like, that should go to somebody else. I'm good. I also don't have any like Pride specific merch, so I'm like, yeah, no, that should go to somebody else. Which is fair. Chill. Chill. I have some friends who went though, who did get to go to those markets, and I'm like, yeah, let's go. So please check them out. Find my queer friends. For them. 'Tis the month, you know, 'tis the season. 'Tis the gay season. Does one of these rainbows come out? Anyway, point is, whatever. Tis the season, yes. To be jolly, yeah. I did go to Pride one time, but the thing is, I'm the extrovert of my friends, so most of us don't like going out. So real. We went the one time and we were like, we did it, cool. Wish I got a shirt that said like, I went to Pride and all I got was this lousy t-shirt or something, you know? Like... no, we had a great time. We talked to some strangers. I gave my art to some strangers because I do have like one Pride piece. It was the first thing that I did on this stream, actually. Oh my gosh, that like brings us full circle. Yeah, somebody really didn't like my Pride piece. And that is like one of those examples of like, okay, then it's just not for you. I don't know. If you're misinterpreting what I'm trying to say with my piece, the thing is, the people who are in my community, who are my friends, and they know my intention behind the piece, like it. I made it with them in mind, and I just happen to be sharing it with everybody else. So if you've got a problem with it, I don't know, can't please everyone. Throw out your opinion, I guess. It happened to be one of my most popular streams, so like, a lot of people came out to be like, I really appreciate that you're drawing Pride characters. So I'm like, you know what, yeah. Some people misinterpreted it. This was before my stream was a lot more, not moderated, but PG-13, I suppose. But anyway, I don't think that piece is it's PG enough for me to sell it. What was interesting was, so the reason they didn't like it was because they had interpreted the amount of skin that I had shown, the clothing that I have picked, was not a wholesome reason that I was doing it. They were saying that I was leaning toward, trying to say this in a PG-13 way. I was shifting the view of these characters or these flags, pride identities, should be quite like narrow and more about like attractiveness and things like that. So thank you. I was trying to explain it so well. So actually the first character that I did was a trans character, a fantasy character that represented the trans flag. And the issue was that I drew her in very little clothing, but it was not in a way of like, ooh, look at me. It was more in a, I'm proud of my body, this is what I look like, look at it. I don't care if you're looking at it kind of vibe. And it's also summer, so they were all in summer clothes. Some of the characters, I realized, hey, yeah, a lot of them are showing skin because I like showing skin. I don't have a problem with it. I don't think much of it. But then I realized I should add some diversity and have some characters not showing skin because even though it's summer, some people don't like to show it, so let me add diversity. So the rest of the characters actually are wearing more clothes. So they had made this comment, not realizing that was my plan anyway. I was like, not all of them are going to be like, there's a variety here, there's diversity here. There was like 7 characters, 5 characters, 6 characters, I don't even remember. There was quite a few characters. But my point is, the first character that I did was actually inspired by my friend. Not literally her body. However, it was inspired by me wanting to encourage her body. Like, no matter what your body looks like, it's beautiful the way it is. Show it off. If you want to show it off, show it off. Is what I was saying. But some people didn't like that. But there's one specific person, which was very interesting. They had every opportunity to message me privately or message me before. But as soon as I pressed live, they came into my chat to say something. They were the first person. And then they said it, and then they ran away. And I was shook, because it was the first time I had ever been live on YouTube. So I was just like, I'm gonna have to explain this now. Like, I feel like I have to address it now. This is a and I was like, I think they did it just to see my reaction. And I continued the series, and I was like, all right, you don't like it, but I think the girlies should wear whatever the heck they want. I don't care if you're trans, you're cis, you're lesbian, I don't care. Wear whatever you want. And that's what I was saying. But this person did not like it. And I was like, okay, you think I'm saying something different. That's you though. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. Also, one of them was me. It wasn't literally me, but that was my flag. What I would wear. It's like half her outfit was my outfit. So I was like, what are you saying? Huh? I don't think they realized that I was part of the community that they were. I was like, are you? Huh? What? Anyway, I did find it really interesting that this person went out of their way. I think they were waiting because they did it way too fast. And I was not very big on the on YouTube because I was new. So I was like, they found me from another platform. So they definitely, I was like, huh. It did definitely get to me for a while. I no longer sell it because I have a more PG-13 audience, and it was like too much skin. Not in a bad way, I think it was tasteful. Some people are a little bit young and they don't get it, but regardless, that's my stance on that. If you're watching this right now, if you're a girly, wear whatever the heck you want. That's what I'm saying. Do whatever you want, girl. If you got it, flaunt it. If you don't want to flaunt it, yo, chill. I don't care. Point is, all of the girls that I draw, if they're showing skin, they're showing it because they want to. They're wearing what they want to wear. They picked what they're wearing that day. Let them wear what they want. Huh? This one actually, the Brazilian girl that I drew, there was, a kid who had like a crazy reaction because I guess she's showing also more skin. So I'm like, I have realized it's just like some people are really bizarre about it. Even though, like, I would say that 90% of my stuff is pretty wholesome. Asarian excluded. Asarian is a little bit not wholesome. There's a lot of red going on. But I would say, yeah, my stuff is pretty wholesome. Even if somebody's showing skin, it's usually like a stance of empowerment. Like, she wanted to wear that. She's comfortable in her skin. I personally like wearing short shorts in hot summer. I don't know. Feel like that's a pretty normal thing to wear. Probably gonna draw a character wearing that. You know. And then I add the disclaimer, dude, I'm Brazilian. That we'd have very different culture. That's just... that's how I was raised. Wear what you want to wear, girl. I think also it was not only the girls, the guys too. I made it even. So, I don't care, as long as it's even. Do what you want to do, man. Anyway, that was my whole moment. That was my moment. Yes, exactly. Yeah, you get it. Yeah. Somebody was asking earlier, like, what is backseat drawing, and you know, why is it a rule? And I'm like, situations like that. Situations exactly like that, where sometimes people give criticism not constructively, not because they want to help you, but because they're, again, fishing for a reaction. Also, this person was probably saying this, and I was like, my closest friends are lesbian, trans, and queer. Do you think I didn't check with them first? Of course I did. Also, I'm one of them. What do you mean? What do you mean? Anyway, happy Pride, everyone. I don't regret the series. For sure. You can't see it anymore. But I think you can find the video, so you can see the artwork. I think you can find it on Threads, and I think if you search it up, you can find it, but it's no longer in my shop, just because it doesn't match everything else. Also, like, I didn't know what size to sell it at, even if I did. Like, I considered, I was like, maybe I'll go to a Pride market and, like, sell it, but then I was like, it's such a weird size, because it's, like, horizontal. There's, like, 7 characters or something. I don't remember how many, but, like, I think 7? Also, everybody kept asking, it's the same thing as the stickers, the characters. They were like, hey, can you do my flag next? And I'm like, there's too many. There's too many flags, everyone. I'm sorry. There's too many of them. And also there's like the umbrella terms. So then it's like, if I do this flag, technically there's another flag that's related to it. And then, oh, no, okay, that's too many. Regardless, it was a fun time. I enjoyed celebrating Pride with everybody. And then I couldn't think of anything else to do for this year. Like, if I had time, maybe I'll do it next year. Like, I'd do a happy Pride something. That'd be cute. But, like, I did one in 2024, and then I did one extended in 2025. I actually extended the same piece, same project. So it was less work. Anyway. Let's leave that with a happy ending. A lot of the people were super nice, and I think a lot of them followed me. So now we have a super cool community. That's great. Good. Don't worry, everyone. They're no longer here. We're having a great time. And we're having a good time. Na, 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 na. Queen? Something like this? Alright. Man, I'm taking forever. You ever have those days where you're just like taking literally forever? Goodness. Alright. Exactly. Yeah! Perfect. Bonjour, ça va? This time, I remember last time you were like, I feel like you're always talking about French. I think this stream we actually didn't talk about French, surprisingly. Instead, we talked about Portuguese and English. Look at that. We're making progress. We're expanding, everyone. Talking about FIFA. Oof. Not doing too bad. I am very hot. Sure. Today we're doing long stream because I have to drive on Thursday. And then Wednesday I have an event, and Tuesday's my day off, so... And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday I'm at an event, so do you see my schedule? You have my full schedule? I said it backwards, but you know. Oh no, I'm so sorry! I have never broken a bone. If you broke an ankle, you don't get a cast, do you? You get a... Splint is not the right word. A brace? Yeah, I've never broken anything. Which is shocking, because I'm very clumsy. Apparently not clumsy. You know the amount of times that I have slipped in the shower? I think like, this is it, I'm gonna break a hip. You know, every time. Every time. And somehow I catch myself every time. And I question it. Ooh, a dinosaur. Oh. Ah, twisted. Like strained or sprained? What's the difference between a strain and a sprain? I always have to Google this. Were you doing a sport or something? Or did you twist the wrong way? Or were you... This is the most dangerous one. Were you wearing heels like this one and you... you stepped on something wrong? And then it just went... Oh. Oh. Seeing my life flash before my eyes. It's happened to me so many times. Wearing heels like this. Walk on a wooden plank, stuck. Walk on cobblestone, stuck. Walk on grass, stuck. What is the point of this? Because I want to look cute and it matches my outfit? Oh my god. Simply, carry me. I don't want to. I don't want to do, I just want to wear the shoes. I have heard that if you use a wheelchair, this is like the #1 thing that is actually kind of like convenient. They can wear the most outrageous shoes, it doesn't have to be functional, and they never wear out. And in those moments, those shoes are made for them. Goodness, because they're not made for literally anybody who can use them. Goodness, useless shoes. Oh no! Big shoes will do that to you. I don't think my current shoes... I think I need to tighten them. They're kind of loose. I think it's a accident waiting to happen, to be honest. Ooh. You know what? I know somebody else who got their front teeth busted, but not that way. They walked into something with their eyes closed. They were playing like one of those, you know, those games where you, like, you know, as a kid, you have to look for somebody with your eyes closed. They walked into something metal. Bang. Rough. That's a rough way to go, man. Yeah, I haven't had any teeth busted. However, I've had a lot of teeth removed. Because genetics. Must be nice. Somebody out there with your fancy teeth. Congratulations. Ooh, yeah, you eat that petit déjeuner. Bon appetit! Bon bon. I have been actually thinking of what I'm gonna eat in Montreal, and I'm like, don't we just have the same food? Supposedly they're known for bagels, but then I'm like, isn't New York known for bagels? Smoked meat? Poutine? But how? You can't eat poutine every day. You can't do that. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do, everyone. Simply going to starve. Away from home for 5 seconds, don't know how to eat. Tim Hortons, I guess? Did you know that we have Tim Hortons in South Korea and their Tim Hortons is better than Canadian Tim Hortons? You know how messed up that is? It's literally like our branded, like the #1 brand thing, and another country is doing it better than us. What is that? What? Anyway. You ever go to South Korea? That's something that you can do. You can go eat there. Don't get our Tim Hortons. Go. Something that I'm kind of jealous about in South Korea and Japan, they kind of have more of a cafe culture. Over here, we don't really have so much. Be nice though. You get to work in a cafe. Time to get a grill? No. I have a retainer. I think that's already enough. I think that's enough. I think that's what's left for me. I already have metal in my mouth forever. Hello, Homura. Oh my goodness, Homura-san. Oh my god. My goodness. I just short-circuited. Don't know how to speak. Do I ever know how to speak? No. The answer is no. Alright, I think this is a finishing touch because I have this problem where I will continue working on it forever unless I tell myself, no, stop. We need to not. We need to not do that. Ooh. Does anybody like the Life is Strange games? I finally finished Life is Strange Reunion. That was cute. It was cute. I do think I got a bad ending though, so I think I do need to play it again. Not the whole thing. Luckily, this game, unlike Baldur's Gate, goodness, you can just play from any scene. So I can just play the ending again. I don't know what it is about these games. They'll be like, who's the murderer? Ooh. And then I'll be like, it's obviously that guy. And then turns out it's like guy number 3, and I picked guy number 1 because it's the game was trying to fake you out, and I fall for it every time. And I'm like, gullible. How could this have been done to me? How could you do this, game? Or I do the thing where I overthink it. That's more likely, honestly. Where I'm like, they're giving me the obvious answer, and I'm like, no, it can't be the obvious answer. It's gotta be this answer, you know? No. Of course! Boy Noich, thank you for stopping by, I appreciate. I won't be here for the next few, so I'm glad you caught me. I will let you know how it went. I will let you know if I ended up making a fool of myself. I'll let you know if I cried. I'm gonna cry. I know it. Alright. We did this part. You know what I think we should do though? Thank you. I was gonna say merci. I was like, no, that's the wrong language. Wrong language. Obrigada. Boa noite. Ciao, ciao. I'm going to do it this way. I could make them bigger, but I'm going to do it this way. Too much space. Alright, we got this. Is that too little space on their feet, though? Ooh. By all means, go ahead. Yeah, let's work together. I have so much work still. I have so much work still. Oh! Right. This. Okay. See, that's the difference so far. Pecan. Whoa, okay. Not that much. That's a little bit too much. That's a little bit. Ooh. Ooh. Certainly is glowy, but might be too much. Alright, we need to do the inside of her leg. Or this part here. Also, because this is such a strong color, actually this part here would be tinted red a little bit. Okay. How the heck am I gonna do this? I don't know. I don't think that leg needs to be so red, but I'm trying to make the inside. Actually, maybe it's correct. I don't know. We're gonna find out. All right. So it doesn't make sense that that leg is red and then this one isn't. This, and then this in C6. This. Better? Your silhouette more... Okay, I'm not even clicking anything. What the heck? Okay. More readable now? I think so. There is something bothering me that I think I can fix very easily. But I'm sad that I have to fix it in the first place. I don't want to fix anything. I just want to move on. To be fair, the stream did start later, so it's not that crazy that I'm still going. Alright, the thing that I want to change is... I'm going to purchase this right here. They are kind of like far apart from each other. Well, not that far apart, but I think it would be cooler if this part here went like this. Also, she kind of looks like off balance somehow. Make this part here longer, and then on this side I'm going to reduce it. How much further should I? See if it'll work. I don't really have a before and after, but let me see if I can show it. Like this versus this. I will take it. You're making confident decisions. Hi, Raiju, how are you? Did you watch the game today? This is the small talk of the day. Did you watch? It's not really small talk, it's a big talk. The FIFA game Japan played today. If you're not into sports, that's okay. However, I'm just like FIFA. FIFA. It was kind of a big deal today. That's so fair. So what happened was Brazil and, well, obviously I'm Brazilian and Japanese, right? And both teams played against each other. So everybody was messaging me to be like, hey, you, look. I almost slept through it. I actually woke up just in time to watch it. And to be fair, I know a lot of people don't watch FIFA. Ooh. I usually don't watch it unless something crazy is happening. And this was something crazy. The fact that they were about to beat Brazil was wild. They were joking. They were like, whoever wins gets custody of Hatsune Miku. And we were like, oh. You know, somebody mentioned, they were like, I had no idea FIFA was a thing, but I learned about it because of McDonald's. I was like, yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, they are kind of going hard on it, you know? Ooh, thank you, Sapphire. Appreciate that. Not Sapphire. I don't know why I read it as Sapphire. Sap? We would like this part to be a little bit less intense, but how do I do that? Oh, okay. Well, I solved my own problem. Okay. Can I make this more impressive in any other way? We're looking at it. Now it's time to look at it. Look at it. Perhaps if I make this lighter, because I think it would be more contrast? Maybe. Here we go. Let's go. Wish I had something like interesting, like some fun anecdote to like share with all of you, like some cool story of what happened. And I'm like, yeah, nothing's happened in my life recently. I've just been crunching for the con, which means just, you know, printing stuff. Actually, Amazon Prime, the Prime Day deals happened. Not sponsored. And so I bought all of, you know, the small business things, you know? Small business things, packaging, things like that. And then I was like, I'll buy ink if it's on sale. It wasn't on sale. And I was like, it's okay, I don't need ink. And then I started printing stuff, and guess what? I need ink. How does that happen? I don't understand. Anyway, I've been printing so much, I need ink. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, now I need ink. I was like, you're kidding me. And can you guess which colors I need? It's always the same colors. Always. It's cyan and magenta. Cyan and magenta. As I say it, cyan and magenta showed up on the screen. I'm like, yeah. Everything that I print uses so much cyan and magenta. And I'm like, what's wrong with me? Can I only use blue and pink? Apparently. They are, I guess, the best colors. Sorry. Don't know. It's actually canon. Canon? A canon event. It's a canon event that I'm going to run out of ink. Why? What is this? Also, I am like, it was not very obvious. I'm like boiling in this room. I am sweating. It's hot in here. Also, earpiece? Could you stay in my ear? Would be so sick. I don't know much about I only used it when I was younger, and this was probably before they had a subscription style something about subscription and ink. To be honest, I've been using brand name ink this whole time, And I'm wondering, should I just like risk it and go with non-brand name ink? But then because I'm printing not regular, like I'm not just printing documents, I'm printing photo prints, I'm like, I don't know if I trust it. If I could buy non-brand name ink, I probably could buy them on bulk. I did, I think, hear about this, and I thought that was really weird. That's weird. I don't think that's conducive to having good customer retention. Interesting choice on their part. But you know what? Nowadays, I have discovered that a lot of people run business in the weirdest way. That I never understand the businesses that like do like the cash grab kind of thing, where it's like, I'm gonna get your money right now, rather than have you pay me consistently. I mean, I guess that's kind of like what they're trying to do with the subscription. However, what's usually gonna happen is just like somebody's gonna buy it, you're going to annoy the customer, they're not gonna come back. Versus like just provide them the service well, and then they'll come back for something else, you know? Because they're like, oh, you did such a good job in this one aspect, I'm gonna come back. And then if you do that to all the people, anyway, I don't... Listen, I'm not saying that I'm good at business. I don't know much about business, but I do know, don't make your customers annoyed. Maybe don't do that. That will definitely not make them return. But I've been running into it a lot lately. I was just ranting about like the conventions. I was like, the logic doesn't make sense to me, because yes, you get my money the one time here, but then if I don't want to come back, then you don't get my money a second time. So then isn't that just bad business? Rather than like, hey, lower the price, I buy from you now, and then next time I buy from you again, and then if you raise the price, then I'm like, hey, you've been cool in the past, I will pay you more. Am I talking crazy? Is that not logical? Am I insane or what? I don't know. This is the conversation I've been having with like every artist. I'm like, is that not, if we're selling, is the logic not like, listen, I'm not good at math. However, something here doesn't make sense. Oh, anyway, I'ma save this. I don't know if there's really anything more I can make this like pop more. Can I? I don't know. Oh no! I think I'm scared to move on to the next project, to be honest. I once made that joke and then somebody was like, and I was like, no, I can make that joke. Shh. Okay, don't worry everyone. I'm not offending anybody. Except myself. Probably. And it's not offensive because it's true. I really can't do math. I played a board game the other day, and then I was amazed at how bad my math was. Every time we had to, so I've been spoiled by Baldur's Gate. Every time we had to roll the dice, and two die? No, two die? I'm going to die if I can't figure out how to say dice. Anyway, regardless, 2 pieces. Every time they roll it, I'd have to count them, and then I'd be like, somebody else at the table would be like, oh, so you rolled an 8. And I'd be like, yes. Yes, I did. And in my mind, I'm like, to be honest, I think it was not just that I had to count. I think it was more like my eyes registering what I'm looking at. I'm like, oh my god, shapes and colors. I don't understand what I'm looking at. But I digress. I would much rather just use 12-sided. Just roll it. Tell me what I rolled, man. I'm getting spoiled. This is not wrong. I think the contrast is right. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Oh Lord, what is happening? What? Who are we? What's happening? Are we dead? Make bread. That sounds. I want some bread. Today I got dinner because, or I got food out. It wasn't really dinner. I don't know if I can call it dinner based on the time that I got it. But yorisho. French bread, dude. Oui, oui. Wait. Alright. Y'all, I think this might be... I just hear that teacher in the back of my mind going, "Why are you using a gradient? Hey, gradients!" Alright, fine. French bread is great. Wait, when you say French bread, are we thinking like brioche or something? Or what type of bread? I know it's French, however, what type of bread? There's so many types of bread. Connoisseur of the breads. Y'all. I don't know. I'm just gonna move on. I don't know. Alright, we got from here to here. See? I'm gonna show you. That's where we started today on this stream. Not just this stream, but just this commission, I mean. Yeah? And that's where we are. Oh, okay. Alright, relax, relax, relax. I mean, I did a lot. Is it perfect though? Is it the background? Ooh, baguette! I used to love baguettes, specifically with... Oh, now I can't eat cheese. If you can eat cheese, listen, if you're out there and you can eat cheese, please eat it on my behalf. I'm so jealous of you right now. Okay, I'm gonna try some Asian crying in the corner. Yeah, I've been talking about this to people, and I'm like, yo, why do we put so much milk and cheese in everything? Cheese foam, milk tea, pudding. Why are we putting it in everything? Koreans love putting American cheese on like everything. I can't think of a dish right now, but they do put it on everything. And it makes me sick, and I'm like, why? It's so good, but also why? Yeah, what do they put it on? I just know that they put it on food, and I've seen it. I really don't remember what it is, though. Like, I can visualize it, I just don't know. Anyway, it's not important. Point is, American cheese. Cheap American cheese. Oh, I got French pancakes in, Paris. They were so fancy, they had a bunch of fruits on them, too. Have you tried Japanese souffle pancakes? If you like soft pancakes, maybe you like those? Perhaps. Ooh. They were pretty good. They were, I'm not gonna lie, they were pretty good. I'm going to abuse the heck out of this brush. I use it for everything now. Alright, well that's too big. Oh, do I have to make it? No? Hello? What? Oh, it's this. Oh. Oh, ramen! Is it ramen that they put it on? I think I was thinking of a rice dish for some reason. Yeah, they do really like American cheese. I don't know. See, we were talking about it earlier, where it's like, listen, different places just really like putting like cheap stuff on everything, and it's like, dude, I don't know. So, for example, we've definitely messed up Indian food for sure. I know it. We've Americanized the heck out of it and made it British. There's just a long history there. I don't know. So there's like weird variation. And we've done it with Japanese foods too. And like, you know what? Sometimes we just like the crappy alternative version, and I feel like that's what happened in Korea. Maybe that's what we did. Have I had Chinese food in Britain? I have not. Is it very different? I feel like in Canada, like, there's different types of Chinese food to me. I'm like, there's Chinese food, and then there's American Chinese food. I like American Chinese food. It's not Chinese food. We call it Chinese food, but in my mind, I'm like, that's not Chinese. It's just, we call it that. Like fast food Chinese versus regular Chinese food. I don't know if that makes sense. Also, I think it's sweet, I don't know if it's sweet and sour. There was a specific dish that is actually, it's labeled Chinese food, but it was actually invented in Canada. I don't remember which one it was, but you know. You know, American Chinese food is closer to Chinese than British Chinese food. See, now I'm understanding what you're saying. I'm getting what you're saying. I've seen British Chinese food, like in movies and things like that. And I'm like, huh. But like, I've never really thought much of it. I just equated it to be like, oh, American Chinese food is like this. So that must be what British Chinese food is. I guess I was incorrect. That's okay. French fries with sauce on it. You know what? Listen, that sounds bomb, but also it's not Chinese food. The type of Chinese food that I crave constantly is dim sum. Always. That's what I want. Forever. It's like top tier food for me. I know dim sum is multiple different types of foods. However, I don't know how to explain. I just like that cuisine, you know. Give me duck, Peking duck. Duck is good. It is. Oof. That sounds fresh. I have been there. I get you. That is... I luckily didn't get there with this one, but because I had an exact pose in front of me. Ooh. Ooh, what did Raiju say? I have an adult eyeballs. The girlies love duck. Quack quack. What can we say? We like some duck. Alright. Not you. It's you? Who is you? Okay, I think I'm gonna do one last thing, and then we have to stop. We need an intervention. It's like, we stop it. We can't keep doing this. Yes, you're moving. Oh no, my back. What happened? Okay, we're good. Where are you moving? You don't have to tell me. If you're moving countries, you can tell me. Or if you're moving to Ontario, because, again, Ontario is huge. As we have established, it's massive. I have run into so many artists who are like, oh yeah, I also live in Ontario. And I'm like, yeah, but where though? And then they're like, yeah, 5 hours away from you. And I'm like, makes sense. I see. Ooh, that sounds more convenient. I've never lived very far away from any place that I've worked. So I can imagine that was ridiculous to have to travel for work. Yeah, that sounds wackadoodle. 2 hours away? Man, that's far. And they don't give you, I don't know what type of work you do, but you don't have the option of remote. Oh my god, can you fit in my ear, please? Can you just... Genuinely, I think it's my piercings. This earring just doesn't want it. Or not earring. So I keep like putting this, like adjusting this. It's because I have a tragus. So it's not fitting. I just gotta switch earrings. But that means I gotta buy new earrings. I keep losing them. Anyway. That's beside the point. Random tangent. 2 hours to 5 minutes sounds heavenly, honestly. I've been to some conventions that are like 2 hours away, and then I'm like, if it's one day, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. That's too much work for one day. I'm not driving 2 hours one way, 2 hours back. Nah, no, I can't. Doing that every day, to be honest, I like driving on the highway. I like listening to my own music, and I like listening to, I guess it's the equivalent of listening to like an audiobook, but I listen to like TV shows that I've already watched already, so I just hear their conversation, that kind of thing. I like hearing that kind of stuff, but it's hell on your back. Not great. Yeah, sleep in, sleep in. Sleep is important. Okay, this is it. We're done. I'm done. Are we done? Hold on. There's. I lied. I lied. She's a criminal. She lies. You know, this is a sign that I like the project that I'm working on, by the way. If I refuse to move on, probably because I like what I'm doing. Or it's I don't want to work on the next project. Because I not that I don't like it, but because I think it's difficult. Very different. Ort. Art. You know, Canada scored on FIFA yesterday. This is not like a... You don't watch sports, it's fine. What I'll explain is Canada basically never wins anything. And people kind of forget that Canada's there a lot of the time. So when they scored, everybody kind of lost their minds. Everybody was freaking out everywhere. They were like, no way, they won? What? Water! And then when they won, I was like, yay! That was my response. I was like, woo! Tiny clap. Meanwhile, I see on the screen, people are like freaking out. They're throwing things. And I'm just here like, yeah. Quietly celebrating. Hooray, we did it! I feel like if America does well in a sport, it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of expected. Canada does well, we're all like, what? I didn't expect we could do that. We can do that? Whoa! I think it's like the time the Raptors did really well. Again, I'm not really big in sports, but when we start doing well, all of a sudden, all of us go, wait. We need to sit down for this. This is historical. This is crazy. And then when they won, they genuinely did say it. They were like, you literally changed history. This is crazy. So the story was, though, that I was at a Vietnamese restaurant and I wasn't watching. I actually didn't really care. But then they had the TV at the restaurant, and then so I started watching, and then I was like, neither team has scored. And I was sitting there going, I think we need to go home and watch this. I think something crazy is gonna happen. Yeah, and something crazy did happen. They were like close the entire game, and at the very end, Canada won. I was like, that's crazy. That's crazy. What? Huh? Anyway, I did hear that a Twitch streamer got banned from Twitch also for watching FIFA on his stream, by the way. Listen, you don't have to watch it. I'll give you the update only on Canada, Brazil, and Japan. Japan is out. Sorry. Brazil gets custody of Hatsune Miku now. Hey, Japan does a lot of things great. Unfortunately, Brazil just happened to win. My ancestors, they just came through. My ancestors only on one side. I do think my artsy side does come from my Japanese side, though. I have quite a bit of family that does art on my Japanese side. Surprise, surprise. Alright, we're done here. Woo! Alright. What should I do next? We have two things that I can do. Do sketches for a design, or a character that already have a design. And then I can also do line art. The line art I can't do it for all the characters because I will lose my mind. Would be for these guys. I don't even. Hello? We're not. We're gonna have to pick like 3 or 2. These 2 seem easy enough. I feel like, but I might just be lying to myself. I think I did the poses myself a while ago. Hello? It's hot in here. It's getting hot in here. Please keep on all your clothes. Please. We're not doing that. Okay, so we have this one. And then I have a character to draw. That I got references for, and I'm looking for the references. Hold on, everyone. Hold on, everyone. Everyone, don't panic. Don't run. It's okay. It's just Azuki looking at the screen to find a reference. It's not scary. Dude, I think I just got a package. I think I just got new stickers. Ooh, in the mail? I got stuff in the mail while we were sitting here. I don't know who's shipping things at 12 a.m. But okay. Weird. Beside the point. That's beside the point. There's a document! We get a document! Alright. Cool. This one is actually quite detailed. Okay. Seems like some of it is getting left to me, and some of it is oh, I know the reference. They gave me a person as a reference. Some of it is left to me, and some of it is we have like clear explanation. So in this case, we are not going to be crediting the person because they would like to stay anonymous. But thank you so much for letting me stream the process. I'm going to show off your character here. I'm also going to keep their name a secret because I believe this is supposed to be a secret gift. Something like that. A surprise. So she's human with pink eyes and pink dyed hair. Cute. She's got not black roots, but dark brown roots showing, so it's dyed, right? Likes pink. Very friendly. And suffers from the pink-haired girl who sacrifices herself to save humanity first. I like this explanation. Alright, so we've got a... Let me write down some notes here. Okay, not in this pen. This is an ugly pen. We're not doing... No. Sorry. Sorry to call you ugly pen, but you're ugly. Alright, so we've got... She's friendly. Oh my goodness. Friendly? Oh no, stop. Friendly? She's warm-toned. Warm-toned. With pink hair. Pink dyed hair. Pink dyed hair. Hair. Okay. She has vitiligo. Vitiligo? I thought it's vitiligo, but vitiligo. Okay. Vitiligo? Dude. Anyway. We can pick where the spots are. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. Very cute character that we're going for here. Let us see. We want to draw a friendly pink-haired character who's cool. Interesting. What kind of pose is cool? Human ears. Half-body character, by the way. in the end, I ended up clearly. I really didn't want to do line art right now, so clearly, I just skipped forward and was like, no, we're going to do sketching. But also, I find that the more tired I get, the worse my sketches are. So for the most part, maybe we should do the logical stuff after. She's a Kirby character, it looks like. Friendly character pose. She has cute, I don't know how to call this hairstyle, but it looks like puffs. Afro puffs? With beads, of course. Okay. I figured that out. Let's see if I can figure out a pose here, huh? I want to do it like she's posing for who's looking at her. What happened here? This will be sketch 1. We'll do 3 sketches, so if we don't get her vibe right the first time, it'll be fine. She's gonna be so cute, this character. I can already tell. Trying to do it like the... kind of pose? Don't know how to explain that. Because I think I give her a really cute lip color to match her hair. Because she's got pink hair. That'd be cute. It might be like overwhelmingly pink, but like pick the right artist, honestly. Love pink. Maybe should be reversed. Like this eye is looking and this eye is... yeah. This is not looking the best yet, but we're gonna get there. I think her hand is incorrect. Originally, I was thinking like, kind of like, but this is not fitting her, I don't think. Friendly but cool is the vibe. She does have her hair. She could be touching up her hair. Wanted to do a little dynamic, that's why she's leaning. But I don't know how well that's going. Double check. What do I want to do with this arm is a real question. I think I've done this pose before. Let's make her a little bit different. Ah, yes, I understand the post drawing. And then you're like, I should have used a reference. I get it. Good luck! You can do it! Gonna have to figure out her hair pattern here, because obviously she's braided here. Here. I'm going to have to find a reference. The hair, actually, doing this like kind of afro hair, I find like it's like if it's bunched up like this, it's relatively easy to do if you're drawing painterly. So this I'm just gonna roughly put it here. Every time I'm just gonna roughly place it. Every sketch. Ooh, maybe we cover her a little bit more. Let's see. What is this pose going to be? It kind of looks like... So, her hair is going this way, right? So it's like she's in motion. Hi, Harper, how are you? She's got a cute skirt on, so I'm like, we could do some kind of vibe. Got some cute ruffles going on too. Usually, I feel like we should figure out the pose first, but here we are. Sometimes life takes you in a way. Thank you! Right now we're just doing rough sketches to see which pose this client will like. But I might have gotten carried away. That's good. Glad to hear it. Hope you're keeping hydrated wherever you are, because where I am, it's very hot. Oh. I don't know what to do with this friendly pose. Gotta do something with her arms. Ooh. It's also 224 for me. I mean, the number. I always say the number and then I'm like, wait. We're gonna share the number. Hi, Florame, how are you? Ooh. I hope you've been having a fun time drawing. This hand is drawn really bad, but just like trust the process. I don't know. In this one, she's going to be like just straight up walking forward. There's a Miku up there. She's kind of similar. The same kind of motion. She also does cool arm thingies, so maybe this is a good pose for that. It shows off her arm. I'm not doing too bad. It's quite hot over here. That's what I can say. Hot, hot. That's why I am boiling. trying to understand what I'm looking for. That's fair. Yay, Mario murder puppy. So fair. I say it to people sometimes, and they ask me like, "What's your name?" And I just go Azuki because we don't have to have a whole conversation. And then they're like, "That's your real name?" And I'm like, "Pen name." Pen name? Have you heard of it? Authors use one. I think artists can also use one. I mean, I feel like maybe I'm not so precious with it because you can see my face. Yeah, I feel like if you could... A lot of vendors will know my name. A lot of event organizers know my name. People know my name. It's not like... However, if you know my name, don't you dare share it. Just keep it to yourself. You should be like, oh cool, I know her name. Online? No, you don't. I've told people if they meet me in person, I'll tell them my name, and then I go, but online, I'm Azuki. Also, it's easier to remember. Nobody can remember. Like, how are you gonna remember my name? Yeah, exactly. You don't know. You don't need to know. Overrated. What do you need that for? You know me. Regardless of the name, it's the same person and whatever. For all we know, I could just be called Pickle. Don't call me Pickle, however. That's my... You know? That's the word that I could think of. Also Zucchini. Nobody call me a Zucchini. I love this doc, by the way. This client was so cute about it. They're like, I don't know, man. This is what I'm thinking. Figure it out. Hopefully it helps. I love that. I don't think we have to stick too close to the design, so we can do something that works for the artwork. Welcome back! I'm not tired, what do you mean? I'm not tired. No. We don't have time to be tired. Hi, I'm back, I'm Dad. Oh no. Oh no. Aw, cute. I had a cat. He was a cute cat. He didn't like people though. And that was so real. I don't know if I like this pose, but we'll take it, you know? This is just one sketch. We'll just take this one. Didn't get the joke. That's okay. You know the joke of like, I'm hungry. Hi, hungry. I'm Dad. So you said, hi, I'm back. And so... That's what Flora May means. Okay, Flora May, I got you. I got you. Ooh, happy birthday to Small Kitty. Alright, this is one sketch. is half. Okay. Ooh, careful with spamming. What's half audio? Yeah. I had to double check. I was like, where? Or to check the form. Yeah, half audio. Okay. So this is 1. Aww. 1. I do 2. Friendly character, huh? What am I doing drawing in white? What is happening? Okay. Oh, luckily cats don't know that. As long as you give Kitty a nice treat. Sorry to hear that. Also, try and keep it light in the chat. Yes, Azuki is my name. Don't wear it out. I can't do that. I'm wearing a mic. Of course I know Miku! Been a long time fan. Know her personally. Hi Miku! Kidding. Yeah, of course. I think there's 2 Mikus up there, but I've drawn her 3 times. 2025, 26. Art uppies? What do you mean? You mean the dog? In one draw a hand in one go? I feel like I've done this pose too. It is so boring. Doing the same pose. I don't know what you mean. You're talking about the dog? That's the only thing I can assume. Yes, okay. I was like, I can't pick you up. I don't know what you mean. Uppies, where do we put you? With a knife. Hey, come back here. Come against you. I don't know. This is an aggressive way of uppies, isn't it? Stuck up there. Alright, I gotta figure out a better pose. Of course! Thanks for stopping by. Good luck! I'm gonna Google some poses. A friendly pose. Alright. Somehow, I feel like I've asked this before on this stream. Like, what the heck is a friendly pose? I don't know. How do you stand friendly? The pose that came up was the two friends. Yeah! Like Disney pose. What is that? What is this? Goodness, some of these poses are wild. What is this? How does one stand friendly? I was just trying to move her spine in literally any other way than this one. Stylish girl pose. The things I have to search up are ridiculous. Some of these poses. Doesn't necessarily have a prop. But she has beads in her hair, so she could potentially. I don't know about you, but if I have accessories in my hair, I'm playing with the accessories in my hair. Or just my hair in general. So, I feel like I would do this, so I'm gonna do it for her. This one, she might be less friendly, but more like, oh, you're here? In an approachable way. Oh! There he goes. Can't stay up there. Alright, the proportions are whack right now. Oh, I'm being right. I think we've ventured into the territory of drawing too big. Ooh, too big. I'll figure out her face later, but for the most part, it looks like a face now, right? we'll figure out this. I don't think it's lying correctly, but... So, I believe, if I remember this correctly, this character is, so this is a tabletop role-playing game character. Not my character, making that very clear. This is, a commission, right? So, sorry, I was looking for something, and that's why I was like, well, how can I load my thoughts? If I recall, this is a character that's an NPC. Yeah, it's an NPC. So it's a non-playable character. It doesn't belong to, like, nobody is playing this character. However, because it's a tabletop game, that means everybody knows this character. Or if they're playing the story, they know the character. So my thinking is, because it's a non-playable character, it's a character that you stumble across, like you meet the character, right? So it's like she notices you, but she's not like necessarily interacting with you immediately. So this would probably be kind of like, oh, hi, you're here, kind of thing. That kind of vibe from an NPC character. So she's minding her own business, but she notices you. Whereas like this one is just her vibe. She's moving through space. I don't know how she's introduced actually. I don't know actually at all. But I think this is a friendly enough vibe where it's like, if I stumbled into a girl, not literally into a girl, who won't bump into her, but like if I came across a girl and she was doing this pose, and she had this facial expression, I think she would be approachable enough for me to be like, hey, nice outfit. My segue, if I ever meet somebody. Hey, nice outfit. I like your hair. What blush are you wearing? I need to know. Dude, I don't even know how somebody relaxes their arms at this point. I often draw characters with like this hand position. It's because sometimes I can't cut their hand off. Because like, imagine if I left her arm like flat and then I cut it like this, it looks so weird. So I have to raise it, but it's like, what is her hand doing? I don't know. In this case, the only thing I can think of is like she's holding her own dress, but like why? I don't know why I thought of like collecting fruits, but that's what I thought of. Philly. Gonna have some arm thing here. Shaped like the sun. This shaped like this, holding little things of stars. I don't know what the design is. I'm just putting something there because this is just a sketch. We're just trying to figure out the pose, not the design. I feel like this character should have like a bag or something. She doesn't have one. But it feels like she should. Or she's like rearranging her belt or something. Hi over there on YouTube, how are you? Okay, my earbuds have died. Or one of them has died. No, I can only hear out of one side. Oh. They both died. Okay. Hold on, everyone. We can't be working in silence. That's crazy talk. Time for headphones. Alright. Okay. This is the pose. It's very rough. We have some kind of idea of what's gonna happen. It's half body. I'll do up to the thigh. And it's not so awkward. When I do half body, it's either like mid hip or up to the thigh. It depends on like the context of the illustration. Where does it make sense to crop it? The pose. Or if it makes sense, because the more body I show, the less focus is on the face. So actually it's not like more value necessarily, not always. Sometimes illustration wise it's better to show more of the face. Imagining she has like 2 belts here. She's just arranging the belts. Okay, this is option 2. We're doing 3 options here. And I think then, after that, I need to take a break, which means I can't keep oh no. I will probably keep working. It's more like I need to take a break. Some artists, they like take a break on stream still. Like they stay and then they just like walk away for 30 minutes and then they come back. I'm not at that level. I can't keep you guys, you beans, occupied in the chat. So third one. Last one. What do we do for the third pose, huh? Actually. Contrapposto. Planning. If her skirt was like here and she's holding it up here, and on this side she's pushing her hair back, in this case it's like she's happy to see you. So I'm gonna clean up. I'm just trying to plan it out because I have no idea what's going on yet. Stretch this more. So she's friendly, but she's cool, so I feel like she'd be standing confidently. But obviously, yeah, again, friendly, so either her body language is very open, or she's smiley in some way, or she's posing playfully. I'm thinking anyway. It's gonna be pretty rough. I feel like I'm gonna have to erase the face underneath and use it as well. Like erase parts of it. This kind of pose. Usually I make the hand too big. In this case, I think I made the hand too small. So next week, I will be missing most of my streams, and then all of them. Or actually the rest of this week, and then a little bit of next week. The first of the next week. So, I'm hoping to catch up with these commissions here. We will still have to work on commissions, because after a convention, I always have to work on commissions, because everybody's been waiting a second. But I hope to be able to sprinkle in some other things, like the fan art that I was working on previously. If you move your arm up, your chest changes. Maybe not that drastically, but regardless, fix that later. We could make it like the skirt is tight here and then it glances out here, so we don't lose completely her silhouette. I don't know if this is 100% accurate, but do some different designs here. I have the crime of putting it next to the canvas, so then I am not drawing it properly. No, looper. I know this is like technically neat and she doesn't have to do this, but let's pretend that she's like resetting it. Like I should not necessarily natural to be like pushing it out of her face because it's gonna go back. I mean, she could be pushing it behind her ear, but I don't think that's what she's doing at all. I don't think you put beaded bangs behind your ear. I don't know if the length is right. And I think that would be just kind of annoying sensory-wise. See, this is what I worried about, so I'm gonna do this. Wherever this sketch is crazy. I'll put them together. It's just a rough sketch, so it doesn't really have to be clean. It just has to get the visual of what I want across. This one is the weakest right now. But the sketch, the body itself wasn't that bad. I think it's the execution. Or it's this dress right now. If this leg is in front and she's moving forward this way. Sure yet. Not exactly sure what I want to do with this design here. We'll figure it out. That might be too much. This kind of gives like a summery vibe. Sometimes I'm surprised, like sometimes I think a pose is weak and then the client picks it anyway, so honestly you have to make all of the poses as good as you can, but you know, there's only so much you can do. Execution-wise. I believe there's more beads in her hair. Maybe she has decoration here. Could do some like fancy gold, I don't know what to call it. Not embroidery, but let's just call it something like that over her pattern. Over her shirt as a pattern. Goodness, my words just escaped me. And I countered this part here with like a little bit of a transparent material. That way it's balanced. The other ones had like belts and things, so maybe we do like a cute belt here. Honestly, I kind of like it without it. I think this client had a good thought keeping this free. Might be too busy. This would be painful. If I was wearing this, I think that would be too much. So we can do something like this, get the vibe. Alright, that's number 3. Sometimes I think one is weak and then I spend extra time on it and then the other ones end up weak. But for now, I think I like number 1. Number 3 is cute too. Number 2, I think it's cute. The execution is a little weak right now. But like the concept, the pose is cute. I think maybe it should be more like this way. The body's facing more this way. Was unbalanced, perhaps? Also, we pose the hand better. Because right now, I'm like, what is that hand doing? I don't know. We should save it! Maybe that's smart. Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure I gotta save this under the right name. Goodness. Meaning the character's name. Character seems to have 2 names. Alright. We did it! There's still more that I have to do, but I do need to take a break because I've been sitting here for a really long time and my arms are gonna fall off. Also, it's very hot in this room. As I've said like 10 million times, it's very hot in this room, so it would be nice to breathe air. This is what we did today. We went from here. I didn't save the file, so I can't do the flashy. But from here, all the way to over here, where they're like finished. What can I say? How long did I take? 7 hours and 5 minutes for these 2. So like, I want to say like the first part was like an hour. So 6 hours of rendering. For 2 characters, yeah, it's not that bad. Somebody asked earlier, how long does it take me to finish commissions? There you go. This one took 7 hours. But that's without having to figure out the pose, really. I mean, kind of. No, that's incorrect. I did do 1 test for the pose, and I think that took like 15 minutes, so add 15 minutes, or maybe 30 minutes. I don't know. And then here, we've only done 1 hour of sketching. It was not too bad. Yeah, we'll still figure out the design and everything. I think this is going to be a really fun one to work on, because it's more like painty. This one is going to be more like line art, so I'm going to do that off stream. Also, after I eat something. Right now, I'm like, what's going on right now? Currently, it's 3 a.m. But tomorrow's my day off, so I can draw as long as I want. And then tomorrow, no drawing. That's the rule. No drawing. Thank you everyone so much for watching. That again, I won't be here. Wednesday, Thursday, Monday. My usual times. I won't be here. So if you feel lonely, you can go ahead and watch my latest YouTube video. That's pretty much the energy I will be bringing to whatever convention I'm at. So if you can't come to the convention, go there. I don't know. Today we're not going to raid anybody. I'm instead going to skedaddly-doo-dah. Thank you everyone for watching for so long. In fact, how long was this stream? Dude, does anybody know? Do I know? Dude, where are we? I mean, it was long enough that my AirPods died. 6 hours. This is not the longest, not even close. Even though it's really late, it's because I started late. It's 3 AM, right? But I started at 9 PM. Usually I start earlier. Oops, my bad. All right, everyone, take it easy. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.